àtúwàgé abáàtàgbà ẹ̀. Ayaba àtúwàgé abáàtàgbà ẹ̀.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Up until recently, the issue of mental health wasn't getting as much attention as it is getting today. People focused more on physical health. Okay, so when someone breaks down, they say the person is sick and the person is taken to the hospital for, medical checkup or medical attention. But quite recently, I think more attention has been given to mental health. Someone once told me that, until someone hits the street and starts picking up stuff from the floor, the person is not considered to be mentally imbalanced just yet, especially in this part of the country or in this part of the world. So that's how I would like to welcome you to another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. We have a very interesting topic before us, and it's something that has to do with safeguarding teens' mental health. Safeguarding teens' mental health. Now, mental health, like I said earlier, is something that has been getting a lot of attention lately because once the mind is in order, every other thing follows. So the mind is like the engine room of the human body. So yeah, that's basically what we're discussing today. And of course, to do this with me is a friend of the house, Abigail Ayobahi, who happens to be a teens coach and an instructor, a teens instructor. It's good to have you in the house, Abigail.
Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers. It's good to be here once again.
Yes, it's good to have you, Abigail. And of course, just like I said, mental health, it's a very key part of human existence.
Yes.
A lot of times, I think we tend to focus more on physical health. Okay, so let's begin. What are the most common mental health challenges facing teenagers today?
All right. First of all, I would like us to understand the meaning of mental health, because I think there is this misconception. A lot of people don't really understand what mental health is all about. It's just like while I was preparing for the program, so I was discussing with my husband that the topic we are going to be having today it borders on mental health for teenagers. So then he now told me something. He said you just hear some people, young people, they will tell you, oh, I'm having mood swing, and this thing is kind of threatening my mental health.
Yeah.
So it was like, some people don't know that that is that they are calling mental health. Maybe it's a sign of madness, but they will just say I'm experiencing mood swing. But
Yeah.
the thing is that there's a lot of misconception about mental
Health, okay.
like what you said during your introduction, just the same way we take care of our physical body, that's the same way we should also focus and take care of our mental health. Now, what is mental health? The World Health Organization defines mental health as the state of an individual's mental well-being that enables them to cope with the stresses of life, realize their abilities, learn well, work well, and kind of contribute to their community. So just like physical health, mental health has to do with the state of your mind. And as individuals, it is very important for us to take care of our mental health, you know. Restoring our mental health, restoring and preserving our mental health is very important at all levels of life, at the individual level, at the family level, at the state, and at the community level. So it is very important for every one of us to take care of our mental health. Now, when it comes to the issue of teenagers and mental health, you know, the teenage age is a very peculiar stage. It's like a transition period from childhood to adulthood. And like what I will always say, the teenage age is likened to kind of a rough ride, because it is full of highs and lows. There are times whereby teenagers may experience mood swings coupled with the pressure from the academic work, pressure to please their parents, fitting in among their social circle. Then at that particular stage, they are also gaining new experiences, and they're also trying to find out kind of their identity is not yet fully formed. They are trying to find out who they are. Yes, they haven't figured themselves out. They are trying to find out who they are and what they want to be in life. So it is no doubt that as a result of all these complex issues, teenagers may experience mental health issues. Now, to your question, what are some of the common mental health challenges that teenagers of this generation are experiencing? I would say that one of them is anxiety disorders. Like experts would say, expert says that 1 out of every 3 teenagers are likely going to experience anxiety disorder. And anxiety disorder can take different forms. You know, when you are anxious about something, it can take maybe in terms of when they're in social setting, they feel anxious or they don't feel too confident in themselves. So anxiety disorder is one of the most common form of mental health challenge that teenagers of this generation are experiencing. Then 2, we also have depression. Depression is also another common mental health challenge. Then attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is also there.
I think I might need you to throw a little light on that. Yeah. Attention
deficit, most times children or teenagers who experience attention deficit hyperactivity disorder are usually easily distracted. They might find it difficult to cope in schools, and sometimes they usually have academic challenge, and because of that, they might be labeled that this child is lazy, this child is not serious, this child is performing below the academic standard for their age. So, but the thing is that such children, they need special attention, they need special care. There's a way teachers can get them to concentrate. So such children, they are easily distracted, even when they might be kind of smart academically, but sometimes they easily forget things. They may know that thing. Sometimes you may even engage them in discussion and you realize that they are sound, but sometimes to put things into writing becomes a problem. So attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Then there is also eating disorder. Yes, eating disorder is also another common form of mental health challenge among teenagers, you know, with especially among females, with the media telling girls what they should look like, how their body should look like. Some girls may begin to kind of experience eating disorders such as anorexia, bulimia, and binge eating. Sometimes, you know, when we talk about eating disorder, some people just think it's maybe anorexia alone. Maybe the girl wants to starve herself so that she can look slim,
Okay.
or have a kind of slimmer physique.
yeah.
But sometimes there are some people that eat excessively. It's just like a coping mechanism. Like recently I watched I think it was a short video clip on the internet about a particular lady who said she was abused during her formative age. While she was below the age of 8, she experienced prolonged years of sexual abuse, and as a result she started eating excessively. She became a glutton. She said she had this feeling that if she becomes fat, that men will not notice her and they will not find her appealing, yes,
okay.
attractive. So she started eating to the extent that she became overweight,
Yes.
and it started affecting her health.
Okay.
So along the line she went for therapy and she was able to work on her weight. So sometimes teenagers may eat excessively just to cope with stresses and challenges. Then another one I would like to talk about is bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is also, when we talk about bipolar disorder, it's like a psychological issue whereby the person has like
a dual identity.
two contrast identities.
Okay.
There are times where they feel okay, there are times they are normal, and there are times where they feel aggressive.
Okay.
There are times where they will feel aggressive, while there are times where they will just feel normal. So such people, they require medication. It's something that it is not just something that requires,
so it can be medically treated.
Yes, it requires medication. Not just something that requires therapy alone. With therapy and medication. they were able to manage the situation. Sometimes these mental health challenges, there are underlying issues. Maybe within the family, the person was a victim of child abuse, or the person experienced a traumatic event. So that will now bring me to post-traumatic stress disorder. Even, sometimes experiencing trauma, maybe the death of a loved one, or maybe an accident. Sometimes, if you've had an accident before, or maybe armed robbers came to your house, there are times that you feel triggered, even when there is no threat around your environment, especially maybe few months, even few days, few months after that experience, there are times you'll be triggered. So
due to the mental damage
so due to the trauma, sometimes some victims begin to relive that moment. It will seem as if that particular thing is happening again. Sometimes they might just wake up from their sleep, they will start shouting, somebody is there, somebody, and there's actually nobody there. So that's post-traumatic stress disorder. It can be triggered by maybe a trauma that they experienced. Even sometimes that trauma might have occurred when they were younger, but maybe as a result of the fact that they have not been able to overcome. In this part of the world, it's like we don't really take mental health that serious. Like in developed countries, when somebody experiences a traumatic event, no matter how small or how young that child is, maybe when they were little, they lost their parents, or they experienced the death of a loved one, or somebody
they probably
was shot.
Experienced a violent scene.
Yes, a violent scene. Somebody was shot in their presence. The parents will take that child to see a therapist so that they're able to kind of go through that particular process, so that at the end of the day they'll be able to maintain their sanity, so that it will not have spillover effects on them. But sometimes in this part of the world, people just expect you to get over it. They will just tell you to be strong
automatically.
Yes, there's nothing wrong in telling somebody to be strong, but sometimes you also need to sit that person down and ask them how they feel. Just kind of validate their feelings. Just let them, if it requires them crying,
or venting,
there are times, venting, there are times when you see some people crying and you just say stop crying, and sometimes just let them cry. Sometimes it is very, even doctors or experts will tell you that sometimes crying is necessary. Let them just pass out that particular frustration. But sometimes when you tell them just suck it up, keep it to yourself, they begin to bottle up that feeling and it piles up. So another common mental health
Just before
issue.
you get to the other one, because I can tell that you actually have a whole lot to say in that regard, but it's still Flipside on Independent Television. We have to go on this break now. When we return, a second guest shall be joining us on the show. Please stay tuned. right, it's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing safeguarding teens' mental health. Just like I said before we went on that break, we have our second guest joining us on the show, and she is a teens coach as well, and she goes by the name of Isioma Ugbede. It's good to have you in the house, Isioma.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here.
And it is my pleasure to have you on the show. So before we went on that break, Abigail was telling us the different ways in which, or the different challenges that teenagers, face as regards mental health. Yeah, so you can take it from there.
Okay, the last two I would like to talk about is substance abuse disorder. Substance abuse is becoming a common thing among our teenagers. Our young people, including girls, it's not just restricted to the boy child.
Okay.
Sometimes they use these drugs as a coping mechanism to deal with an underlying mental health challenge. You can imagine that.
So using a mental health problem to deal with a mental health
drugs,
problem.
because they say it helps them to think straight. And at the end of the day, it also becomes
and some say it also helps them escape reality.
Yes,
is that true?
But the truth of the matter is that when that thing kind of fizzles out of your system, you come back to reality, and that particular thing that you're avoiding is still there. So
the same reality you were trying to escape.
Yes, escape is there. What's the essence? So some teenagers may experiment with drugs and alcohol just to cope with maybe challenging situations that they are having. Sometimes it can be as a result of peer pressure.
Okay.
Peer pressure. Then the last one I'll mention is self-harm. The first time I heard about self-harm, I was like, how can somebody begin to inflict injury on themselves? It was one of my teenagers that she even had a friend who does that, who was she inflicts physical injury on herself.
Why?
As a result. That's the thing. The thing is that it's kind of a complex situation that even the individual cannot really explain why they have that urge. But I think it comes from a place of low self-esteem, a place of they don't feel worthy, they feel worthless. So it comes from a place of like hopelessness. They can't even explain why they do that. Maybe the person maybe was a victim of sexual abuse, and they can't really cope with reality anymore. So they begin to indulge in self-harm. Because sometimes some parents may just think they are trying to get your attention, or they're attention seekers, but it's far deeper than that. It's far deeper than that.
Well, I'm hoping that we're able to dig deep into this issue of mental health for teenagers, because indeed you can already tell that it's actually a very deep situation for young people. Now, Isioma, what's your perspective to this? Mental health for teenagers. In what ways do you think teenagers struggle with maintaining their mental health?
Okay, so when it comes to the issue of mental health, I'm very glad that in recent times a lot of awareness have been created concerning it, because in the past they usually are pushed under the rug, using religious to cover it up. Some say it's just spiritual attack. But today there's so much awareness of it, particularly among the adults. But when it comes to the issue of teenagers, most people just term it like they're trying to be rebellious.
Okay.
Most just see it as a means of, they trying to get back at their parents, at enforcing a particular law on them. But it's much more than that, because when we look at mental health, we're looking at both the person's emotional stability, we're looking at the person's ability to cope with stressful conditions, which we know are necessary part of life. We're looking at the person's ability to socialize. So it's not just the issue of, this person is just being depressed, or this person is just being psychotic in terms of symptoms. It goes a lot more than that. And with social media and a lot of information that are flying all around, people now are exposed to a lot more than we had in the time past. And so these are things that are realities that we need to talk about, that we need to create more awareness, particularly within our tertiary institutions and secondary schools.
All right. Now, before you came, Abigail talked about, how mental health, how teens' mental health is affected, by academic pressure. Could you throw more light on that?
Okay. So when it comes to the issue of academic pressure, it's actually real. And both the tutors, their teachers, the parents, the society, we have to do a lot more
Okay.
We have to do a lot more. We have to create this environment that makes the child knows that even if you failed a course doesn't mean you failed in life. Even if you failed an exam, there's another opportunity to try. And who knows, it might just be God's way of directing you to something else that you might be much better at. And so when it comes to the issue of academic pressure, imagine a student that probably is in penultimate year and then fails. And it's the fear of what parents will say, what society will say, pushes this child into drugs. And ultimately, who loses? The same family, the same society. Because if someone comes to you now and is under the influence of drug and does anything, the person might actually go free because he's acting under the influence of something else. And so it's something that is much larger than what we are looking at now. But we need to create that environment that allows people to try, make mistakes, and get up.
Thank you so much, Isioma. That was a very amazing insight that you brought to the conversation. Now, Abigail, I would like to ask this. Let's take a look at social media. In what ways does social media influence the mental health of young people, teenagers particularly? Okay.
When we talk about social media, the social space is like a double-edged sword. There are a lot of benefits that teenagers, young people can get from utilizing the social media. Teenagers can connect with their peers, they can connect with their friends, they can learn, they can improve on their academics. But the thing is that when it is not properly utilized, it becomes a problem. There is a particular survey that was carried out by the Royal Society for Mental Health in the UK. That survey said that there was a finding that teenagers who make use of social media platforms like Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, kind of have a higher tendency to experience body image issues, loneliness, loneliness and anxiety. And it's not just about the making use of the social media. Sometimes it is the kind of content that they are exposed to. Let's say, for instance, as a young person, you are through with your secondary school and
probably gearing up for the higher institution.
You are trying to you are aspiring to get into the higher institution, but due to one particular reason or the other, you have not been able to further your education, maybe financial issues, or you didn't pass, the student didn't pass his or JAMB or post-UTME. And they come online, they see their friends celebrating their matriculation. It's even possible that some of them are even celebrating their graduation, convocation, and you are still yet to gain admission into higher institutions. Sometimes you feel like, you begin to feel hopeless, and it's even possible that these people that are celebrating online, you were even far better than them in school. Some of them were the type that teachers would say, this one will not even make it. You are the one. And sometimes when your teachers see you, sometimes you begin to feel self-conscious. I remember,
even if they haven't said anything negative to you.
Yes. Even some like most times, I'm very concerned about my former students. When I see them, even in the vehicle, how are you doing? Hope you are in school now. Sometimes some of them, the way they will react, it may show that they are yet to gain admission. So sometimes maybe there will be no time for me to dig further. Sometimes it may make them feel self-conscious that my teacher just saw me and yet I've not been able to gain admission into higher institutions. So it can bring about low self-esteem. And another thing is that one thing that most individuals don't know, even teenagers, is that people only present what they want you to see on social media. People will post when they went out to have fun, they went to the mall.
So it's more of make-believe.
Yes. So people will not tell you their struggles. Sometimes that person you wish you can be like, I just wish I can be like this person. This person is living the life.
So much
this person is making it, and I'm just here. I'm here to gain admission. I'm here to get the latest bag. I'm here to get the latest shoe. Oh, look at what this my friend is putting on. It's as if she's not a big girl or he's not a big boy. You might not even know the source of their finance. Maybe they have a rich uncle abroad, or there's somebody, a close relative, that is just supporting the finance. You just think that maybe they are doing far better than you. So social media can expose teenagers. When there's a study that research says that teenagers that spend more time on social media are more likely to experience loneliness, isolation, and anxiety than body image issues. Even we as adults, there are times, another thing is that it can also affect the academics, and this can also affect, because when you are not doing well academically, it will affect your mental health. There are times that, in as much as we teachers or educators, we tell students, you are not doing well, some of them feel it. They may not be able to help themselves, but whenever we talk to them about it, it affects them. Some of them can even tell you that I don't really know why. That's why when Auntie Sema was talking about academic pressure is very real. And in fact, as teenagers are facing that pressure from the school, they're also facing it from the home. In fact, I even think parents are the one that even kind of mount this pressure. There are some parents that are trying to live their dream life through their children. So there are some parents, the things that they were unable to do, they are putting too much pressure. Sometimes for some teenagers, I've been in the educational system. There are some teenagers that are doing very well, but they have low self-esteem. You begin to ask yourself. I have one of my teenagers, and when she told me certain things, and she was like, her parents they think that she's not good enough. Well, I said, you're among the best. You are one of the best. She even became like, she was one of the best. Like, I told her, I'm seeing so many potential in you, and all teachers can attest to the fact that this is actually who you are. How come your parents are not seeing this? Because there are some parents that lay more emphasis on the result than effort. They look at there are some parents, now this is just students just collected their results. Now you will realize that there are some parents, when that child will bring that report card, they will check through. Maybe that teenager is offering, let's say 12 subjects, that child had, let's say 11 A's, then 1 C. Some parents will not say, kudos for the 11 A's. They will ask you, why did you have that C?
Him for having the C.
They will ask you, okay, the person that had all A's, doesn't the person have 2 A's? They will not even take it back to when I was your age, when I was in secondary school, I had all A's from J1 to SS3. So that pressure is real. So it can also affect.
Which is probably not even true.
It might not be true. So the thing is that even studies will tell you that academic pressure to meet deadlines in school is one of the reasons that teenagers give for feeling unmotivated, feeling tired, feeling anxious. And there are times we parents, we think that when we criticize, when we call them names, that will motivate them. The truth of the matter is that when you begin to criticize that child, they'll feel like, what's even the essence? They have been calling me names, so let me just begin to leave it. Let me just, in fact, they said nothing good will come out. Then why should I even try to put in effort? But by the time you begin to affirm that child, you begin to validate their feelings. I'm not trying to say that you should just leave them to themselves. No, that's not the point I'm trying to make. As you are talking to them, also draw them closer. Extremes are very wrong. Don't be too relaxed. Then don't put too much pressure. Like Auntie Isioma said, there are some people that will excel beyond or outside the academic framework, and there are some children that are late bloomers. Like, though as an educator, I used to tell my teenagers, it's like, if you're a teenager and you are still not doing well in SS1, SS2, SS3, you are the problem. You are your own problem. You can't blame your parents. For younger children in J1 and below, you can say maybe sometimes the motivation is not there. You need to put them through, assist them. But for teenagers, if you are not doing well academically, your parents are paying your school fees, you don't have any excuse to give.
All right, thank you so much, Abigail. That was quite a lot. I would like to ask you, Isioma, what are the ways that parents can identify early signs of mental health challenges in teenagers?
Okay, so the first thing I would want every parent to do is, particularly during this period of holiday, it's very glaring that a lot of demands, multiple streams of incomes requiring your time, but you need to make out time to be friends with your children. Because it's only what you actually observe that you can notice when there are changes. If you've never really had that time with the child, you won't even know when there are changes. So you need to get time to know them. This time is not you saying, bring your result, bring your notes. Just let's gist and talk. In between those gist and talk, you will get to realize what these children are facing, what their challenges are. And then secondly, something else that parents can do is, please don't be afraid to let them know where you made mistakes. It helps them. I
think that's speaking to what Abigail said a moment ago about some of these parents setting unrealistic standards for their children.
Yes, that's the word.
So there are times where you know that, oh, as a parent, I also faced this, but this is what I did, or this is what I did not do, which I think you can learn from, so that you don't repeat that same mistake. That way the parent is able to help that child navigate. Because one thing about the modern parenting is that, unlike in our time where you tell them, do this, now you are guiding them, but they make the decision, so that whatsoever decision that they make, they also bear whatsoever consequences come with it, and they are motivated when they see their decisions yielding fruitful results.
Thank you so much, Isioma, for that very brilliant analysis. It's still Flipside on Independence Television. We're talking about safeguarding the mental health of teenagers. We shall be going on this break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Yes, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing safeguarding the mental health of teenagers. Isioma, you were talking about the ways that parents can identify the early signs of mental health challenges in teenagers. So, are there other ways?
Okay, so the other ways you can actually identify early signs of mental challenges in teenagers is when you see a child who previously is extroverted suddenly want to be introverted. Withdrawn. Or you notice a certain feeling of, how will I put it, a flip. Either one who is also introverted deciding to now be this extra extroverted. So, and again, another way you can notice it is when a child overly wants to cover up or wants to keep things to him or herself.
Yeah.
So, but most of these things, like I said earlier, depends on the way in which you relate with these children. That's how you can easily identify it. And many of the times, it's easier when you and these children actually have a relationship going. So, aside the fact that, oh, you provide for them, who are their friends?
Okay. And I think that's one part of the whole conversation that a lot of parents don't pay attention to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So who are their friends? Is there any new addition to the clique that is suddenly making this child change? Have you done some kind of background check to know? Or was there any change in the teachers, even in the classroom? Because actually, there are times when the teachers are changed in school and it affects the child's own confidence.
Okay.
Their
a change of teachers.
Yes, it could actually affect their confidence level. It could actually even lead to even greater motivation for the child. So it can be either way, but the parents need to be very keen on observing these children. And when it comes to teenagers, aggression never works. It never works. Don't even try to say,
what do you make of the biblical injunction that says the rod of correction?
Okay.
It's not even aggression.
Okay. So when the Bible is talking about the rod of correction should not be far, it didn't actually tell you that it has to be a rod, like an iron rod or a physical rod.
Okay.
So there are different ways in which you can do corrections. When it comes to the younger children, if you decide to flog a bit, it's fine. But for a teenager, imagine me trying to hold an 18-year-old boy and say, you know what, today I'm going to flog you. It's possible we chat that kid if it's been nice. Or decide to say, you know what, let's get it physical, and at the end I'll act.
True.
So that doesn't even work with teenagers. So, but at this stage, there are times where you can decide to say, you know what, let's do it like this. Have this result, have these goals that you have set for yourself. If you're able to achieve it, you get more time on your gadgets, or you are able to control the timing. But most especially, if you notice any changes and there are things you can talk to the child about, please talk to the child. But when there are things that you cannot, please seek professional counselors. They are trained to be able to manage some of those things and be able to identify some warning signs that you might not see. I'll give you an instance. So there are times that, so based on my profession, I'm a pharmacist by training.
Okay.
When people make use of drugs, there are times they are overly calm. They are not aggressive. But there are repetitive habits that make it consistent with use of drugs. So for instance, if I walk into a place and every morning, every single, at a particular time of the day, I need to make use of the restroom, could be a warning sign. But you who are not within that line might not be able to identify it.
Yes.
There are times even when children take even something as simple as Coca-Cola, but they are drugged. And you just notice this child is constantly with that bottle. If you even try to collect it, there's this little resistance. That's a warning sign. But if you are not within the field, you can't. And that's why I always tell people, there are reasons why these people are around us so that we can provide support for such cases when you can't identify, or when you identify but you are not so sure.
Thank you so much, Isioma. That was a very eye-opening one. Now, Abigail, what role should schools play in promoting mental health awareness among teenagers? schools?
Okay,
Because he made, I mean, she made mention of the role of schools and all of this. So,
Okay.
what do you think, schools can do to create more awareness, for teenagers to be, able to deal with their mental health challenges?
Okay, firstly, I would like to say that one way the school, in fact, there's a lot of role that schools can play, Children, if you look at it, they spend more time in school than, because you have 3 months in a particular term.
Yeah.
First term, second term, third term,
yeah.
you understand, in a session, in one session. So most times, and there are even some children from, let's say, 8 a.m. to like 4 p.m. they are in school. There are times, even sometimes the children will get home before the parents. So sometimes the parents, that's why, like Auntie Isioma said, parents should spend more time, get to understand your children. But there are times, there are things that parents might not be able to pick up on, maybe at home, maybe due to the busy schedule of the parents. Then the teachers will be able to pick up on those particular issues, maybe mental health issues or emotional challenges that a particular teenager is going through. I would say that the first step or the first role that schools can play in identifying mental health challenge or kind of helping teenagers cope is for them to introduce mental health literacy to core subject, maybe like in civic education or national values. And
so you mean
yes,
based on your experience as an educationist, right?
Yes,
that hasn't yet been achieved.
It's there. It's actually there.
Okay.
It's actually there, but there's a saying that emphasis, you keep on emphasizing on something. So aside from it being in the curriculum in a particular subject, there's a way they can also introduce it to maybe another subject. There's a time the children keep hearing it, it becomes part of them. So by the time they keep on hearing things that has to do with their mental health, seeking support, talking to your loved ones or talking to your school counselor, understand? So when they are having challenges, it will give them that a kind of motivation to open up to somebody. So what schools can do is that they can kind of teach these things, maybe during assembly, maybe during, because in some schools they have what they call gender class, gender assembly, where they talk to the boys and they talk to the girls. They can introduce the topic for them. Then another thing that schools can do is for schools to train teachers, to train the educators on how to identify early and warning signs of mental health challenge in teenagers and how to kind of refer them to the appropriate authorities, because not all teachers, not all educators are equipped to handle such challenges. Like I normally tell my teenagers, I say sometimes there may be something you are going through. Just seek out a support. At least you must have a support system within your circle. Even if you don't trust anyone, there must be somebody you feel free, like your spirit aligns, agree with that person. That person might be your teacher, that person might be your Sunday school teacher, but you just feel free with this person. So
could even be an older friend.
Yes, an older friend. Yes. So schools should kind of train their teachers on how to identify the early warning signs. Sometimes you might notice that this child that used to is always participating in class is now suddenly withdrawn. Okay, I remember there was this case of an 8-year-old girl. My friend shared it with me that the girl, her parents were living abroad or something like that, her mom. So the mom had other children in Nigeria and brought her, she was born abroad, brought her down to Nigeria and said, I want you to kind of be close to your siblings. And at the end of the day, somebody started abusing her within the family that she was living with, around the age of 8. Then when they say when that girl came, she was very chubby and very outgoing. Then she entered J1. She was now in boarding school, and people within the area was like, because she's now in J1, she's now forming big girl. She started keeping to herself. She just lost it. So people just say, oh, it's as a result of the fact that she has entered secondary school. They didn't know that something was eating her up. She was facing sexual abuse and she was already having an infection. It was a teacher in the school that was, she did not, in fact, they said when they questioned that girl, she was willing to die than for her to open up about that particular thing. The teacher noticed that whenever she's sitting there in class, she doesn't sit properly. The teacher would tell her, sit properly. She would just bend her body because she was having pain. At the end of the day, when this girl was able to open up, they got her treated. And so what I'm trying to say is that sometimes teachers should be trained for them to identify the early warning signs. The another thing is that the schools can do, another role schools can play is that they should kind of provide a safe space for the children to express themselves. When teenagers, one thing about teenagers is that you may think they are not sensible. Teenagers they are like you. In fact, sometimes they may be more knowledgeable than you as an adult.
Because
not
they are more exposed
to
information.
there are things. Yes, you are right. Sometimes you tell them you know nothing, but they know some things that you don't know as an adult, because maybe you know your academics, you know the bookwork, but they know street and stuff like that. So one thing that teenagers can know if you are not a trustworthy person. So if, for instance, this teenager know that if I walk up to this teacher and tell them what I'm going through, the next day they are going to table it in the staff room, they won't walk up to you. So just imagine if the school environment is toxic, and most of the teachers they talk about the student, a student shared something with you in confidence, then you decide to go and share that thing with another teacher, and the student didn't tell you that, okay, I want you to because there are times I've done that. There are times when I was in the educational sector, some teenagers would bring an issue to me. I'll tell them that this issue, I know that I can't help you, but I can refer you to somebody that I trust, that I know can help you. With their permission, I do that. If they say, okay, I just want it to be between us, I also keep it between us. So if you, as an educator, at the end of the, let's say a child confided in you about something they are struggling, maybe they trusted you to that extent, and you went to expose or kind of maybe, or you criticize them or you judge them about it, you are not just only, the thing is that you are also injuring that child. They will find it difficult to trust others. So it's not just about that particular incident. Furthermore, that child will not want to open up to another person, because they'll begin to view all adults like that. They will find it difficult before they'll be able to overcome that particular struggle. So another thing that schools can do is that they should look for ways on how to support teenagers that are going through mental health issues, kind of so that the issue will not escalate.
Thank you so much, Abigail. Before we go on our last break for the show, I would like to ask Isioma, what are the coping skills that teenagers, can be taught to manage stress and emotions? Okay. Are there practical skills that we can teach teenagers to apply whenever they're faced with such mental health challenges? Quickly. Okay, so some of the coping skills that they can use is one that has to do with relaxation. Everywhere is so tense. In schools, I marvel when people tell me that they have like 8 hours classes in like secondary school and there are no breaks. And even during the breaks are such that you are still within the same pressurized environment. So one of the change of environment. Yes. So one of the things that they can do is to introduce things like sports. Back into schools. Leisure. Yes, leisure, where the children can actually relax. And also they could actually create materials that these children can actually read, because knowledge is power. So many of the times what we see is we focus so much on the academics without providing that practical environment where they can actually see this thing work. Even having peer groups of friends where you can actually get, like, it works. There are times where we want to introduce an intervention and then we just mentor a particular teenager, send that one into a group, and that one mentors their fellow teenagers. It's easier when they are talking to themselves than when there's an adult who is. So there are times, even when I want to hold discussions with teenagers, I'll just tell them, forget the anti-part, all of us, we 9 day here, and then there's no judgment and anything like that, so they are able to cope. Then finally, when it comes to the issue of coping, it's something that you practice step by step. It doesn't come once. So what one person can take is different from what another person can tolerate. Well, but you celebrate your wins little by little as you go along. Celebrate your wins little by little as you go along. Life is step by step. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we shall be going on this very last break. Yeah, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. This is the final lap of the program, and this is the point where you get to advise parents, adults out there who have teenagers that are dealing with mental health challenges. So, Isioma, let me begin with you. What's your final word, and what's your advice for such people? So, if you have one, whether close to you, your neighbor, friend, who is having mental health challenges, just know that it's just like any other challenge that can come. Okay. It's very critical that you get help early, so that it doesn't actually make the person lose a lot of time in life. One, it's very important that you create a healthy support system, because when it comes to anything mental, more than the medicines, more than whatsoever any professional can tell you, a healthy support system helps every When you therapy. Say a healthy support system, you mean the parents, personnel, the people around them. Not create. There are times when they just put this person aside. No, this one it's a forgotten case. No, create the environment and help them thrive. Like I said,
celebrate their wins. When they make little progress, let them see that they are making progress.
And reward them too.
And reward them too. And then also, if you really want us to deal with this issue of mental health challenges, we must break stigma. We must break stigma. It's okay for a child to have lost a year because he had 1 or 2 challenges, but that's not enough to mark that child as a child who has mental illness, and for the rest of the life the child is tolling along that line because of that single episode. We must break the stigma. It starts with me, it starts with the school, it starts with the churches, it starts with the parents also. So everybody must work together to ensure that, irrespective of whatsoever challenge any child has when it has to do with their mental health, we must break that stigma and know that they are part of the society and help them to integrate. Even if it's substance abuse, there are a lot of people that have been into substance abuse, but right now they are championing the things, that the interventions that has to do with fighting against drug abuse. If those persons have been put aside, what now happens? But we need to break that stigma. Thank you.
We need to break the stigma. Now, Abigail, what's your final word of advice for parents, that have teenagers going through challenges of mental health? In less than a minute, if possible.
Okay, less than a minute. Okay, the advice I'll give to parents is that parents should spend more time. Spending time with your children, your teenagers, cannot be overemphasized. When they get to that particular stage, some parents just feel, oh, they can do this by themselves, so we should spend time with them. Sometimes they might not even want to talk. Your teenager, when they were younger, you see that they will ask you multiple questions. In fact, when they see that you are busy, that's the time they want to come and disturb you. But you just suddenly realize that now that they are not teenagers, 13, 14, 15, they will just come back from school, drop their bag. They may not even ask, they will just enter their room, eat the food, they will just close the door. But in as much as they may keep to themselves, because teenagers are known to be kind of secretive. The thing is that even if they keep to themselves, you should try to also draw them closer. Deep down, they want you to make the move. So validate their feelings. There are times they will discuss certain things with you. It doesn't mean that you will just begin to criticize them, you just begin to yell, or you just begin to oppose their view. Sometimes hear their view, then in a kind of subtle way, there's a way you can tell them, okay, this thing shouldn't be like this. I feel it is far better if it is like this, or if it is done in this particular way. Validate their feelings, listen to them. Listening is very important. I think that's where a lot of us parents or even adults that have teenagers around us, we miss it. Listening is a skill. Learn to listen. A lot of us, we talk and we don't even listen. And when a teenager notices that you are not paying attention to what they are saying at that particular crucial stage, they will just begin to, in fact, they may even seek the wrong person to get advice or motivation from. So we should learn to listen. Then we should also counsel them in a way that is not judgmental. We should kind of adopt a non-judgmental approach, validate their feelings, affirm them, get to know their love language, spend time with them. Sometimes just drop the phone, just interact with them. So it's very important for us to do that.
Thank you so much, ladies, for your very brilliant analysis. It's been such an amazing and interesting conversation so far, safeguarding teens' mental health. I'm hoping that the parents and adults out there have learned so much from what you guys have said so far. I have learned a whole lot, and I'm hoping that, just like they say, talk is cheap. We've done the talking. We hope that they're able to put to practice everything that has been said so far. Big thank you once again for being on the show with me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm hoping that next time you'll be able to do me the honor again of being with me on the show. All right, it's been Flipside on Independent Television, and we've been talking about safeguarding the mental health of teenagers. Well, just like I said in opening, the mind is the engine room of the body. So if you can't safeguard it, then it's only a matter of time before the body, follows suit. So it's very important that we safeguard our mental health, not just the mental health of teenagers, even as adults. Okay, it cuts across. Let's safeguard our mental health. My name is Harry Aigbo J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now.
morning. This is This Morning on ITV. I want to say big thanks for joining us. Still basking in the euphoria of the new year 2026. Well, expectations are high about what is going to be unfolding, most especially as we take our minds on the aspect concerning the new tax regime, and of course all of the controversy that it comes with. And well, we have it all over record, and of course where even the controversy is so heated up the nation to a point where even the National Association of Nigerian Students are planning to embark on a protest, and of course other groups are also joining majorly as it affects the aspect of the tax regime, where the National Assembly had to clarify with the certified true copies, saying what has happened basically in terms of the circulation of the new tax reforms is quite different from what are in the certified true copies. And of course, this basically will have to go into what it means for the Nigerian people. We'll look at the tax regime, the new tax regime. We'll look at the need for us to basically pay our taxes, and of course what it comes with in terms of infrastructure development. But this new tax regime, what impact is it having on economic reforms? Is it going to bring a boost to the economy, or is it going to increase inflation? Well, we look at the areas as regards who will be affected: the income earners, of course, the traders, and of course the business owners. And as we always remark, whenever it comes to the point where business owners have to pay taxes or increase in their cost of production, that's part of the burden is passed to the final consumers, as you know. But how will this bring about a change in our economy? Will it be for the positive or the negative? All of this, what we're going to be looking at today. And of course, we also put our spotlight on the 2027 in prospect, most especially as we look at the aspects of the ADC and the third force debate. And will the ADC be a strong third force that will be able to compete with the All Progressives Congress and of course the People's Democratic Party in producing the next president in the year 2027? And of course we look at the need to spotlight the flag bearer, possible flag bearer of the presidency in that party, and what could be the remarks that it would come with, the benefits it would come with, if they have a very, very robust candidate that would tickle the fancy of all. Well, we just take our minds back to what the obedience movement said concerning Peter Obi, that they are in for Peter Obi in the ADC as the presidential candidate for the ADC. Otherwise, they are out. Well, rumors have it that basically Peter Obi could be the running mate of Alhaji Atiku, one-time vice president of Nigeria. Well, we're going to be looking at all of this, but don't forget, it's a theory network discussion. And of course, joining us from Abuja, we've got Dominic AMS. Good morning, Dominic, and of course, good morning, Patricia from Lagos.
Good morning. Good morning. Very wonderful morning, and of course, happy New Year to you, Philip and Patricia over there in Lagos. Of course, it's a program this morning on ITV. You've given us a quite handful of what we should be expecting this morning on the program. Just like you rightly mentioned, the ADC stands to be one of the opposition party, or rather trying to become one opposition party that Nigerians should look out for as we enter the electionary year 2026. Prior to the election in 2027, we've seen finally Peter Obi has finally joined the ADC. Like you mentioned there, we will not want to speculate, but we know we have three persons who may really want to vie for the president's ticket for that particular party. We have Peter Obi is there, Amechi is there, and Atiku is also staying in that party. Well, that will be our focus from Abuja, and this month we'll be looking at ADC as an opposition party and what does it mean going forward for the 2027 presidential election. But from Abuja, we're very, very ready to give you the best of broadcasting as far as the current affairs program is concerned this morning on Night TV.
Well, thank you, Dominic. That's a reminder that that's the first time we are meeting at the network as regards the New Year 2026. Happy New Year to you once again. And of course, you seem great and turning a new look in the year 2026. That shows that 2026 will be very, very prospective. All right, let's get your thoughts on what you've got on your plate. Patricia from our Lagos Network Center. Good morning.
Good morning, Philip, and Happy New Year to you. I mean, it's an amazing thing to see you this morning looking this handsome and dashing. Okay, we'll be continuing on the tax reform, and we started the topic yesterday. So we're going to be continuing on that this morning because a lot of Nigerians I know are very confused concerning this tax reform. We've seen a lot of people complaining that every little thing you do will be taxed. In fact, yesterday I saw a video where a woman said she went to buy something of about 400,000 and she was taxed for it. And, you know, she was also complaining that people are sitting down now taking the tax. So she doesn't understand if that's what the tax really stands for. So we're going to continue. We started yesterday. We want to continue this morning to make it clear for every Nigerian to understand what the tax reform is actually.
Well, that's actually what is having the reports, you know, a national discourse. Big thanks for that, Patricia. And that shows a whole lot. We've got a big bite from Lagos Network Center also as regards that. We look at the certified copies, the true certified copies by the National Assembly. That shows a different version that were circulated, you know, which basically does not mimic that which were certified true copies from the National Assembly. And that again brings a lot of question. Why should there be a different version from what the National Assembly, you know, really brought up? Well, all of this will be a challenge because we have the, you know, 4 acts that includes the Nigeria Tax Act 2025, of course, also the Nigeria Tax Administration Act 2025, alongside the, you know, National Revenue Service Act 2025 and the Joint Board Revenue 2025. All of these put in one as true certified copies by the National Assembly should be exactly what should be circulated and not the otherwise. Again, the impact, like what Patricia said, you know, going by what is happening in terms of the increase in commodities, what will it mean for the Nigerian government? Of course, we're going to be having public affairs analysts to discuss this alongside, and we will be taking a short break, after which we're going to be looking at the pages of the newspaper. Basically, there must be something to look at today on the pages. Do stay. I know you are there as we spotlight the papers right about now. And our first paper will be hitting the screen in a jiffy. Yeah, we've got the Daily Trust, and of course, the Daily Trust comes with this very big headline: Governor Yusuf's defection beyond Kano. Can you imagine that? Beyond the state. So, what is the defection going towards? Global? All right, let's look at this. At the top of the cover page, we have this. Very, very troublesome anyways. Troublesome because you throw something into the river, it gives you some ripples. And that's what we have here. Wike, APC National Secretary, clash over Fubara. And Wike always topping the headlines when it comes to issues about topsy-turvy politics and intrigues and suspense. And this time around, where is it taking River State politics towards? Big question you may ask, because sometimes you wonder why is it basically just fighting so hard to, you know, bring ripples and of course the effects of politics on the sitting governor. Well, like we always say, let the sitting governor breathe. Come on now. Well, let's get back to the screen and let's see what is next on the Daily Trust. As we have this again, it says Boko Haram IED kills 6 soldiers in Borno. Well, this is quite very sad. In spite of the threats given to the terrorists, you know, by international spotlight, looking at the United States and of course Donald Trump, and of course the fighting hard, you know, strength of the soldiers, the Nigerian military, we're still having this. Boko Haram IED kills 6 soldiers in Borno. Well, let's see what this says. Nigeria crush Mozambique to reach AFCON quarterfinal. That's quite a breakthrough, quite good news. I watched the match yesterday and I was really intrigued. But like some would say, it's still very early to predict. But it's not too early to show happiness and strength and positivism, optimism for our super team. And I believe that as we continue to drive them to victory, we will come home with a cup. Well, some will say, well, at the early stage, we're always doing our best. But as we get close to the final, topsy-turvy, of course, comes out. But this time around, it's going to be different because our super team are basically going to bring their cup home. This is just beyond being optimistic anyways. We've got what it takes. Okay, so back to the screen. Well, let's look at the next on the pages of the newspaper. What next is hitting the screen on the papers today? Let's get the next paper. Of course, we've got the Guardian newspaper, and it comes with very colorful sayings here. Tax reform risks sluggish, uncertain execution timelines over tardy NSW. That's basically it. The controversy that the tax reforms is coming with will bring about a very sluggish, execution, because there are already, limitations. There are already frictions being generated by the fact that we are having, a double version. We have the true certified copies from the National Assembly that does not really connote what is being circulated. So that brings a whole lot of question, a whole lot of controversy, and how can that be tackled? All right, a lot here to read about. Let's get to the top of the cover page. Venezuela treatment lesson to Nigeria. ADC wants Tinubu. You get that on news page 3. Maduro pleads not guilty in U.S. court, says, I'm still president. And of course, you get that on the page 2. Osun APC accuses state government of inducing local government crisis, seeks NJC intervention. You get that on news page 3. Of course, let's get more here at the side of the cover page, where we have equities break 100 trillion barrier as 4 firms control 50% of the market. Although courts shut down as judiciary workers begin indefinite strike. Indefinite strike again. And this is Southwest Alliance shortest route to Igbo presidency, says Kalu. Well, the whole talk about the ADC as a third force, and of course the possible emergence of Peter Obi as the presidential flag bearer, could that bring fortune to the party and of course to the country? Well, these are the thoughts that we will be looking at even in the course of the show today. As we get back to the pages of the newspaper, we have this which says APC draws battle line with Wike over Rivers political control. Yeah, you can see a lot of that even with the secretary of the party calling Wike to order, as Wike was cited, even warning, the president and of course the APC leaders to stay clear from Rivers politics. If Wike can be warning the president, I wonder what's going to be next. But well, don't forget, Wike is not a party member of APC, and he was reminded that by the secretary of the APC. And of course, this tornado, this hurricane, kind of emergence of troublemaking in Rivers, what will it leave for the FCT minister? Just like the APC leader said, if he can maintain status quo, he should resign as the FCT minister. Many troubles. Many troubles. Well, let's see what next here on the big stories on the Guardian newspaper. We see have it still on the Guardian newspaper. It says federal government introduces new measures to curb WAEC NECO exam practices. Wow. All right, this says Obi chides federal government on killing spree over 40 slain in Niger. That's quite a very sad one. Very, very sad one, as questions have been raised about the leadership under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Big questions coming up. Let's see the next on the dailies today. Let's get the next on the screen, which is the... Here we have the Nation's newspaper, and of course the Nation's newspaper comes with this very big story. NROS chair, tax reforms will support sustainable growth. Quite interesting, but where we have different versions being circulated, gives some headache, and we need to take some analgesic as a country to cure that headache, if you may ask me. All right, this says laws not targeted at opposition figures. Laws not targeted at opposition figures. Well, some would say all of this controversy hitting the Tax Reform Act could be as a result of politically motivated trends. Well, that's what some will say. All right, let's quickly look at this. Still on the headline, Wike Basiru clash over Rivers politics, and that is what is still trending. And of course, we have this. It says Kwankwaso, Governor Yusuf part ways. A time to come together and a time to part ways. Does that resemble disunity? Well, we don't need that in our country. We only need to be united so that we can stand as one. This says stock market capitalization hits 101 trillion naira. And of course, a lot there you must read about, as we have days arraigned Maduro and President. It says President, Ondo Justice Ministry and 3 others lead in performance review. You get that on page 6. And on Kalu, time out for Otis government. You get that on page 5. Well, let's see to get the last but not the least on the papers we're looking at today, which is the Vanguard newspaper. And of course, the Vanguard newspaper comes with a whole lot of stories there. We have this big one: terrorists abduct passengers on busy Kwara highway. Just as the terrorists are doing that, they shouldn't forget the fact that every day for the thief, one day for the owner. And there's going to be a different twist to it. They say terrorists kill the terrorists. All right, this says Trump sets sight on Greenland, threatens Cuba, Colombia, and Mexico. Trump at it again, you may say. Let's look at this one here, still on the troubles rocking Rivers politics. And the cowboy is already there. It's very, very notable when it comes to Rivers politics. Wike APC scribe on warpath over Rivers. Well, that's it. That's it. Of course, let's look at this. It says over 33% of Nigerian immigrants in U.S. live on public benefits. And that's coming from Trump. Why will you say this? Why will you say this? Oh boy, that's quite a Trumpy Trump, if you ask me. All right, this says Super Eagles trash members 4-0, zoom into quarterfinals. That's quite a big news there. And of course, let's look at this cartoon. Quite interesting for Mr. and Mrs. We have this here. It says, I told you it's better to buy a big turkey for Christmas, but you opted for the medium size. I heard our neighbors bought the big one. Having a woman in the house that seems to be big when it comes to ambition. What do you say? This says, the response was this: Yuletide enjoyment lasts only for a while, but the financial hangover, lingers for a long time. That sounds like wisdom, food for thought that we all must look into. You can decide to spend all you've got today, but tomorrow, what are you gonna do? You're gonna look like a dummy? Come on now, save what you need to save for tomorrow, because if tomorrow comes and you don't have anything to spend, you'll be standing on the long thing. We'll take a short break, and then when we come back, we're gonna be looking at the discussion proper from the Media Network Center as we take a deep dive into the tax saga, and of course addressing issues as they come, and of course the aspect of the ADC as a third force, and what is going to be coming with in terms of the presidential flag bearer. Could it be fortune for the party or fortune for the country? How's it going to look like ahead of 2027? We'll take a short break. Do stay. Yes, we're looking at the new tax regime issues at stake as we look at the 4 acts brought about that includes the Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025 and of course that of the Tax Act 2025 and the National Revenue Service and of course the Joint Board Tax Act 2025. What does this mean for our economy? Will it bring a boost or will it bring the otherwise? And there are different shades and of course argument in this respect, most especially as we seem to be having a different version turned out as differently from that which are codified in the certified true copies from the National Assembly. And of course discussing this with me, I have a political economist, a lecturer from the Abu Salih University, joining me via Zoom, Ibrahim Momo. Big thanks for joining and Happy New Year.
Good morning, Philip. Compliments of the season. It's a pleasure to be on the show.
Awesome. You look great in the year 2026. And of course, all right. Of course, joining me still from in the studio right here, I've got a legal practitioner, a public affairs analyst, and a person of Emmanuel Obakwolo. Big thanks for joining me and Happy New Year 2026.
Happy New Year to you, Philip. Happy New Year to Nigerians. Good morning, Nigerians.
Awesome. So what would be the litigations that you'll be coming up with in the year 2026? We started today.
Yes, we started already, and we pray and hope that things work well.
So we may be testing the tax reforms in the court.
Some of us are already in the court.
Oh. Can we have a courtroom here too?
No, not at all.
All right, so we're gonna be taking a short break, after which we go to the discussion proper. Don't you miss out on this. Do stay. Yeah, thank you for joining me still on this Night TV as we look at the new tax regime. While we had a break, we were opportune to be joined by a political scientist, lecturer, University of Benin, and he is Neville Obakedo. Big thanks for coming, Neville, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Good morning, viewers and listeners at home and all over the world.
Let's quickly get you, Ibrahim Momo. Now, we have this challenge. It's becoming a saga, most especially when, you know, there are different twists to what this new tax will come up with. How does it favor, or how will it favor, you know, the workers, the traders, and of course the business owners, alongside the controversy, you know, brewing over the differences we are having from the certified true copies from the National Assembly and the different version being circulated. What are your thoughts?
Thank you very much. Good morning to my friends in the studio, friends in the studio. So I think, in my humble opinion, the controversies are, one, needless, and a lot of the apprehension about change or reforms. I think those are the issues I see, you know, writ large. I say that because, first, these tax reform bills or acts are pro-people. One, it raised the threshold of tax exemption from 300,000 to 800,000. Meaning that if you are earning 800,000 naira or less, in Nigeria, as of 2026, you are not going to be paying tax. That's an improvement of over 500,000, more than double what it used to be. It used to be just 300,000. So that's the first thing. So I felt among those who are supposed to benefit from it, if you have people from that tax bracket complaining, are they saying that it should not be exempted? The answer is, you know, it's something that I think our viewers who are listening on the show can you know, address themselves. Secondly, if the issue around another controversy borders around consolidation of the tax that people are paying. You know, currently, if, for example, particularly applies to business holdings or business owners. If you want to do contracts, for example, for government, if you are doing a federal government contract, you need a tax identification number team to do that tax, to do that contract. If you are not doing a contract here in Edo State, you also need a tax clearance certificate, different from the team that you are required to, to produce at the federal level. This is something that amounts to multiple taxation for business concerns. What the new Tax Reform Act does is that it consolidates all, rather than a TCC for Edo, tax and then a TIN for Nigeria. You now have a tax ID that applies both in Nigeria and in the subnational, Edo, and even the local government, maybe Redo. The third thing that this Tax Reform Act does, and I think, which is why I feel that it's not commended, is the fact that it addresses the imbalance of, VAT, the VAT, value-added tax. It had to. Top business concerns in Nigeria only pay tax at their headquarters. For example, the two biggest taxpayers in Nigeria are the MTN, which is headquartered in Lagos, and Dangote Industries Limited, which is also headquartered in Lagos. Before 2026, what was at play was that you pay your tax, MTN and Dangote, among other major taxpayers, pay their VAT in Lagos. So Lagos has a lion's share of VAT. What this does, it says no. MTN subscribers are not only in Lagos. Dangote cement purchasers are not only in Lagos. Every state ought to be able to ascertain exactly how much VAT was generated in each of the states. But what people are talking about when they talk about VAT, that no, that alcohol, beverages, cigarettes, that what the government is trying to do now is to deny the extension of the country of those VAT. The answer is no. So these are some of the issues. So for me, I think that it is a welcome, from a political economist point of view, it's a welcome development, this new Tax Reform Act. And I think our people should embrace it. It's some of the reasons of which I've given already.
Well, let's get your thoughts, Emmanuel Obapolo. We are having a different version being circulated. I don't know what your thoughts are like, most especially if we take a juxtapose with that of the National Assembly.
I do not say anything spectacular about the tax reform law or act as the case, save that the government was able to harmonize different versions of the act and summarize them into 4 acts. Just like the controversies raised by a member of the National Assembly, which till today the government has not deemed it right or deemed it reasonable to investigate whether or not that allegation raised with respect to the controversies or discrepancies, as the case may be, is investigated and ensure that the truth about the position of the gazetted law and that was enacted by the National Assembly are one and the same. Till today, the government shies away from that. But yet, we kept hearing the man called Taiwo Oyedele, who happens to be the chairman of the committee, keep telling Nigerians that the tax has come to liberate the suffering of the poorer Nigerians as against the richer ones or the big boys, so to speak, financially. But again, I want to ask, do we have a data of those who are below the range of 800,000 naira annually down? Do we have it? So when you see government try to play the cards faster than they ought to and begin to present issues to Nigerians, that look, everybody should just take it hook, line and sinker, everybody should embrace, as they kept advising, to the extent that government has spent 20 billion naira in ensuring that about 6 content creators tell Nigerians, educate Nigerians on the need to pay tax. That goes to tell you that there is a lot of hide and seek game with respect to the tax law, as we have seen, as we seen it just now. Now, if you look at the whole issues that both the tax and the issues that the committee, one that beats me hollow, one that concerns me properly, is that the gazetted one provides, I cannot lay my hands now on the section, that the committee can enforce the payment of tax without recourse to court. Whereas that passed by the National Assembly is that tax evasion is a constitutional duty of the court. Oh. Section 6 of the Constitution gives power to the court with respect to the interpretation of laws. Now,
bringing disharmony.
Yes, if now you now give that power to a committee, then I think we are going to another era of agberoism or thuggery as we have. And also, you look at the tax collection. Over the years, we've seen in different states, even from the federal level, you see people with hammer, you see people with cutlasses, you see people with sticks. They will stand on the road and begin to collect tax. We hope we are not going to see another of that in this tax regime, where Agbero's thugs will not be the one that will be will be vested with the powers with the collection of tax. And at the end of the day, the government will tell, oh, don't mind. After all, we heard in this state, somebody did say, a former governor did say, it takes a madman to take money from mad people. So if every one of us in Nigeria, as they have tagged us to be mad, and they now group dogs who are mad to also ensure that they force us to pay tax, I hope we will not go to that era. Now, when you look at the whole scenario, the whole drama with respect to this tax, I want to tell you, Philip, this morning, it is needful, it is expedient, it is proper, it is dutiful, it is constitutional for every Nigerian to pay tax if you are up to the tax age. But what do they do with the money so paid? We saw with the flip of the finger, with the wave of the palm, subsidy gone. And we are made to understand. I listened to one of the ministers say that the president has been able to save 10 trillion naira every year. Where are the monies? Yeah, what do they do with the money? And when you ask, the president will tell you, go to your governors. And I hope we are not going to see another era where they will force Nigerians to pay tax and take the money to share among themselves and live lavish life, live bogus life, travel abroad. While they are in India, they tell us they are in Europe. While they are in Syria, they tell us that they are in Uzbekistan. I hope that is not what we are going to witness again. So if the government is sincere and honest, and the government wants Nigerians to trust them, every money realized should be spent expeditiously to ensure that the project, we should be able to see project, we should be able to see, we should be able to feel, we should be able to touch where our monies are going to, and not the one where they collect from the poor, you give to the rich, and at the close of the day they'll tell us, oh, the tax reform law points to the fact that everybody should pay tax, and tax is not those below the salary, annual salary of 800,000 that are not paying tax. I challenge the government. That's why some of us have chosen to go to court. They should give us data of those who receive less than 800,000 annually.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Well, let's get your thoughts as a political scientist now. What does this mean for the polity? Because we are having different groups already agitated, and of course in the dailies, Nance already saying that they will be embarking on a protest. We know what protest comes with, if not properly guarded. What do you see about this controversy?
Well, thank you for your question. By my own understanding, taxes are sources of revenue for government. And every government that sees that the tax system of its environment is not favorable or need to be broadened to attract investment and to reduce burden on the citizens, they usually carry out what we call tax reform. That the tax reform in Tinubu's administration does not mean that if another government comes tomorrow, can also reverse the estate tax reform and bring in a new agenda. Now, when we talk about tax reform, government needs to be careful in carrying out tax reform because of the reverberating effect that it used to have on the people and the society. I remember around 2019, 2020, the government of Emmanuel Macron talked about tax increment on VAT on certain products in France. That led to almost 3 months of violence. That tax reform was to take effect in 2021 because they made that law a year before its effect. And government property were touched by irate people because they felt that the government was not transparent and the government was charging the citizens. The facts are there. We talk about tax reform in countries where controversial issues about tax reform and good governance, transparency, and the impact of the tax reform of the citizen were not laid bare, they were not made public, the people were not carried along with the process. And then crisis followed. An example is the crisis that took place in Kenya, not quite long. Then, as we speak, people are agitated in Venezuela. Yeah. I saw them rejoicing. I saw a lot of people coming out to say, oh, the action of Donald Trump in removing their president, Nicolas Maduro, and so on. I saw recently the young people in Morocco. They were protesting over bad governance, unemployment, and other issues that had to do with taxation and issues of societal impact of administration of the president or of the king. Not quite long, we saw massive protests in Nepal, in Bangladesh, and other places. Now, it goes to show that leadership failed in those places. It carried the people along. And then we have a more populated youth across different countries of the world, including Nigeria. Now, talking about the tax reform of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I know that tax reform is one of the things that Tinubu said was going to do in his agenda, what they call a Renew Hope agenda, which to my mind was drawn from Hope 93, that was spearheaded by MK Abiola and the Social Democratic Party. Now, what is that bothers me is the issue of signing a document into law without reading the document. For example, if I'm president, then National Assembly, I've already dropped a document before National Assembly. Then they have deliberated, they have signed the document, they are now bringing it back to me to sign. I would like to confirm before I append my signature whether what we agreed on or what they agreed on is what I'm going to sign. Sometimes I see governors.
Are you by this saying that the president does not pay attention to details?
I'm not talking about, I'm talking generally. I'm not talking about President Tinubu now. I'm saying presidents, including President Tinubu. When I'm saying governors, including our own state governor. Because, for example, you will see the House of Assembly in a state. They will just approve budget today. Then later today, maybe they approve the budget this morning. Later today, they will take the budget to the governor. Yeah. The speaker will be there. Other majority, minority leadership of the house, they will be there. The governor will sit down. They will give him the document. He will sign the document. Yeah. If I'm the governor, I will not sign the document like that.
Yeah, but the reason you are saying this is because you are saying some variations. And that also shows and tells bad about the performance of the president in not perusing the document properly.
No. That is not what the point I'm trying to make is that whether you are president or you are not president, like my humble self, if I find myself being the head of department of my department tomorrow, and somebody brings a letter, and so sign this letter, maybe they will say the vice chancellor needs the letter now, or the dean needs the letter now.
Okay.
And they will say sign. I cannot sign it. I have to read it before I sign it. Because I don't know what I'm going to sign.
Let me give you an in-total question. Yeah. Who should take the blame in these different versions being circulated?
Who should take the blame? The person that append his final signature.
Who did?
When you say who did, there's a process for
you seem to be running away from that.
No, I'm not running away from it. The final signature of the document
who did?
Is the signature of the president.
Exactly.
If that is what you want. And I've said, I say it beats my imagination that a person as high as the president can append his signature on a document that is a law without reading the law.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
That is the point.
I'll come back to you. Ibrahim, you heard what Neville said. Does that tell well of the performance of the president, looking at what just transpired?
But it's interesting. What Dr. Neville said was that as a leader whose signature ought to be appended to a document, is necessarily ought to go through. He didn't indict the president for signing a wrong document. Please do not misquote him. I listened keenly when my dear senior colleague spoke. He didn't indict the president. What he said was that the due process is that before you sign, you ought to go through. And that I want to also, puncture the argument that I see on the social media, and Barrister Bakpolo has also reiterated that in the studio. There is no evidence to back up that widely acclaimed false narrative that there are multiple. The fact that everybody is telling a lie does not turn the lie to truth, does not make it untruth. I think we need to be a bit careful how we push out information. The ITV is a much more credible medium than social media. So I think that being a lawyer himself, he knows this more than I do. I'm not a lawyer. He knows more than I do that he who alleges must prove. If indeed he subscribes to that false narrative, I call it false narrative because all the evidence I've seen shows that those allegations are unfounded. But if he has a different version, he should bring those documents before, because it's a public square, it's a public forum. People are listening and learning from what we are saying. I agree with the fact that so far, there are no controversy as to what the law is. The law is what the National Assembly passed, which the president assented to. So, like Dr. Neville said correctly too, and is that before the president appended his signature, he went through it, or at least he went through it, and they are sure that it is what National Assembly brought that was passed. These allegations that the role of the court has been removed, there's no law, there's no legislation, no bill that is passed into law in Nigeria that is in contravention of the ground norm, the Constitution of Nigeria that will stand. The Constitution is clear. When there are controversies between even arms of government, executive and legislature, for example, or between the people and the states, the court is the final arbiter. It is not acceptable that people who keep on pushing this false narrative, and even if assuming it existed, the lawyer knows that it cannot stand the test of time, because if it's tested in court, it will fail. So I think the president did not make any mistake, to the best of my knowledge. In this, it is only that those who are controversy entrepreneurs, those who benefit from controversy. In fact, the reason why I'm talking about the tax issue, we have left the issue. What are the provisions? What we are talking about is the controversy that have been generated on social media. That's what we're discussing now. The chairman of the Tax Reform Committee, which was quoted earlier, has clarified that there are no variants between what the National Assembly passed and what the president. Where does this issue come from? If there are evidence, show us right here on the program. That's my take on the issue.
Okay, are you by this saying that all of this confusion that seems to be meeting the eyes is politically motivated?
It's beyond politics. It's beyond politics. I think what is at play is the nature of man. Skepticism is natural. When we oftentimes resist change. In fact, people who have been pushing the argument that say the president should suspend the implementation of the Tax Reform Act until these controversies have been laid to rest.
Exactly.
Which other way can we lay those controversies to rest other than those who are alleged should prove? If you are saying that there are various claims, things I've heard across social media, across media platforms, and these issues have been repeatedly laid to rest, that this controversy is contrived. It does not exist in real time. I don't think that it's possible. I don't know what we are more alleging, whether it's actually something that we should be taking cognizance of. That National Assembly passed 4 acts on tax reform, and those which is applicable to every part of Nigeria.
Okay.
And that those acts were manipulated before the president signed. These are weird allegations that are being made.
All right, thank you, Ibrahim. Well, you just took that from my thoughts, basically, because I was to ask you that, because all of this is brewing to a point where some have this argument that until these gray areas are resolved, the implementation of the tax reform should be suspended. Do you have that thought?
Listen, Mr. Philip, this is the only country in the world where when government takes part in malpractice, government, their sympathizers and supporters will be calling for evidence. This is the only country in the world. Allegation was raised by a member of the National Assembly, not me, Obakbolo, not social media. What do you think ought to have been done by the government? Carried out investigation, investigate that allegation. Has the government be able to investigate and come up that this is the result of our investigation? The answer is a no. The CTC of the act passed by the National Assembly is different from the one gazetted. Some of us have gone to court. It's not what I'm going to say here. But I want to tell you that the government is deliberately silent over the allegations, controversies raised. The government is deliberately silent. The interest of the government is let the tax reform law commence. That is the interest of the government. The government has not been able to come out to say, Nigerians, this is the gazetted document. This is the CTC passed by the National Assembly. Where are the controversies or discrepancies? Is it me that will go and conduct the investigation? Is it me?
Okay.
And now, I raised an issue here. The government is also telling Nigerians that, look, the tax reform law is to assist the poor as against the rich. That's what the government is telling us. But the government has not been able to come up with a data of who are the poor and who are the rich.
I want Neville to look into that, most especially as Emmanuel Obakolo also raised an issue. You know, we look at the subsidy removal, fair subsidy removal, where it was said that, well, the leadership under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has increased, revenue, for the states as a result, for the country, and of course goes about for the subnational government. But do the infrastructures we see depict the fact that this increase, in revenue is really affecting the people positively? I want you to look at it most especially as we x-ray what benefits will be coming from this, because there seem to be mistrust for the government from the people. The people seem not to have trust in the government because we've always been in this cajoling, atmosphere where the government says this and does the otherwise. What do you think?
First and foremost, the issue of this tax reform that will be passed into law by both the National Assembly and the President is already an act.
Yes,
you cannot suspend its implementation. It's only a court that can suspend its implementation. So long as the President has appended the signature on it and it has become a law, no person can now say don't implement it. The way it is, as inconsistent as it may be with whatever took place behind the scene, it has to be implemented. Why the investigation will be going on?
You say it's only the court that can suspend.
Yes, it's an act.
What about the President?
The President cannot. He is a fortuitous official. He has already finished performing his function there. He can no longer go back and say, "Oh, we later discovered that there was an error, so I'm trying to correct it."
But if the reforms are dysfunctional, it will only be like spanner thrown in the wheel of progress if it continues.
I want you to understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
A law or an act of the Parliament is a performance of the function of the executive and the legislature. If there's an error in that performance, they cannot go back and correct it so long as they have appended their signature.
Of course, yes.
It is a court that will correct it, or they go back again to go and amend the law by themselves. That is to say, the President that initiated it will still go back and say they want to amend that act. Then the National Assembly will still debate it and amend it.
So by this you are saying that yes. By this you are saying that that will become a progressing error until the court does the otherwise.
Yes, that is it. Now that is, by the way, when we talk about subsidy removal, and I've always said that it's not a Tinubu that removes subsidy, but yes, I've said it repeatedly.
But he announced it.
Yes, he
announced it.
Yes, he announced it, and again, announcing it is part of what I said earlier, that you don't read the document or you don't append your signature on the document when you have not digested it. The man trusted his speech writers. They wrote it, and he don't know the implication. So he just read it. So subsidy is gone. Until this very moment, we have not recovered from the consequences of that statement. Yes. Now, talking about the benefit of subsidy removal, the money that is accruable to the country and the subnational and the local governments in the country.
Like tying it to the tax reform.
Yes, I will come back to that one. First and foremost, money that the federal government, through Federal Inland Revenue Service, that is now National Revenue Service, collected on behalf of the country. It's not that they collect the money and keep it in one place. There's a formula for sharing the money. The federal government will take its own. The subnational, which is the state government, will take their own on a monthly basis. And then the local government will also take their own. Now, when you hear the president say, go and meet your governor, it means that the allocation that is going to each of the states, since the money started coming from this subsidy removal, the state don't have any reason to say they are not performing their duties of good governance and bringing dividends of democracy to the people. So if you cry to the president will say, oh, why do you cry to me from Ebonyi State? Why do you cry to me from Edo State when I've already done what I'm supposed to do for your state, for your governor to show the example?
Okay.
Now, talking about fiscal federalism as it relates to this issue, there is more money that goes to the state government, and then we expected the state government to also now let the people know that we receive more money, and this is what we are doing with the money. Why I like Kwakwaso, former governor of Kano State, is that every week they used to have what we call weekly executive council meeting. At the end of the meeting, the man will publish the proceedings of that meeting in national dailies throughout the period of his administration. It means the man was transparent.
Okay.
So every state government in Nigeria is always having weekly executive council meeting. What we see is just a press statement, either press statement from either secretary to government, chief of staff, or maybe one or two commissioners in that government. The details of what happened there, the people are not aware of. And there's no place that the people engage government to know the effect and the impact of this tax reform and the issue of subsidy removal on the revenue generation capacity of each of the states. So that becomes a problem. Now we have an issue with accountability in Nigeria generally, whether at state level, whether at local government level, whether at federal level.
And this may also affect the proceeds of the taxes or the reforms.
Yes. So
how do we tackle that?
Yeah, for us to tackle that is to strengthen the capacity of anti-corruption agencies in Nigeria, like ICPC, like EFCC.
Yes. Under the leadership of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu.
When you say under the leadership of President,
I just wanted you to add that.
Yes, under the president,
not the forthcoming.
Yes, under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Okay.
You see, people that talk in public, people that do public analysis, people that create content on social media, sometimes either they are mischievous or they are ignorant. Now, the president is president of Nigeria. He's not president of any political party. And in any case, there are state institutions. The president can only provide policies for running of state institutions.
Okay.
The issue of accountability.
Okay.
The president, there are bodies that are responsible for accountability, starting from the National Assembly.
All right, let's go on.
We have a public account committee in that National Assembly that's supposed to make all government institutions to account for the money that is allocated to them on a yearly basis or quarterly basis.
Okay.
Have they been able to do that? How many people have they indicted? How many people are facing justice? How many people are being made to refund certain amount of money to government at the end of the day? So when we talk about President Tinubu as if Tinubu is the maker of the law, he should be the implementer of the law, and he should be the...
All right, thank you, Neville. While we allow that to settle, let's swing the pendulum to the spotlight on ADC and, of course, the third force debate or argument, most especially as we look at the 2027 elections forthcoming, and of course issues that seem to be emanating from different corners about the performance of the ADC. Would the presidential flag bearer of the ADC determine, or who becomes the presidential flag bearer, determine how successful the ADC will come up as a third force, going by what we are looking at? I want you to take it from there, Ibrahim.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, in fact, I don't even know why they say the third force, because in all sincerity, the ADC, as currently constituted, is the alternative to the APC in Nigeria. It is the party that has a conglomeration of the most tested, renowned politicians in the opposition. For example, from the Northeast, you have Atiku Abubakar. From the North Central, you have David Mark. From the Northwest, you have Nasir Ahmed El-Rufai. From the Southwest, you have former governor of Osun State, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola. From the South, you have people like John Odike Oyekun and Professor Sareme Osumbo. And then from the Southeast, you have Peter Obi. There's no other political party in Nigeria today that has that kind of agglomeration of battle-tested, renowned Nigerian politicians in the opposition. No other political party, apart from of course, the only other party that does much better than that is the ruling APC. So I don't even know why people call it the third force, when actually, as of today, even though it does not have a governor in its fold, it's actually the main opposition party as of today. So I think that is the reason why we're having that discussion around the ADP, and its presidential flag bearership. The argument has been that ADC is a vehicle for which Atiku Abubakar stands to run. It's a vehicle going to run with, because it's the most prominent politician who has defected to the party. Atiku Abubakar is a multiple times presidential candidate across political parties. He has been ACM presidential candidate. He has been APC aspirant. He has been PDP candidate twice, for presidential candidate twice. And then the other people have also had the argument that, okay, now that Peter Obi has finally now joined, perhaps they have agreed to give ticket to the Peter Obi. But I think that the ADC is a bit careful now, because they know that all the other attempts they have had, they are false starts. Because it appears that the APC is not only in power, but they are in control. Since the APC got into office, at least from 2023, all other major opposition parties have been in disarray. The party that came second, PDP, is now a shell of itself, because the candidate of that party in the last presidential election, Atiku Abubakar, has defected to the ADC. The vice presidential candidate, the running mate to Atiku, Ifeanyi Okowa, has now moved to the APC. I'm talking about, and then at the last elections, they had 11 governors. Today, the PDP has only 3 governors, only 3, with the defection of Mufwang, and even resignation of the Osun State governor. So the party now has, from 11, it now has just 3 governors. Even though the ADC does not have a governor currently in its fold, it is certain that the PDP has fallen down the pecking order. And then look at the Labour Party. Itato, we never knew where Obi was. Is he still in Labour Party? Has he moved to join? Because he was part of those who formed the National Rescue Movement that fused into the ADC. So the reality is that whoever, and the ADC, for them to have a fighting chance, they have to be very careful, because in 2023, one thing that killed the PDP's chances was that, like they say, a house divided itself could not stand. The candidate that came second in that election, 2023 general election, Peter, what do you call him now? Atiku Abubakar had 6.9 million votes. It was of the PDP. The candidate that came third, Peter Obi, got 6.1 million votes. He was a player aspirant. He was a vice presidential candidate of the PDP. He was a player aspirant until he now declared to the Labour Party. So it was then you can simply say that he was from the PDP. He got 6.1 million votes. The one who came fourth, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, was also of the PDP up until he decided to form the NNPP. And then he got 1.9 million votes. So the other thing that if you put those second, third, and fourth votes together, ordinarily, on paper, they would have defeated the APC, who got 8.1 million votes. But the thing is that a house divided against itself cannot stand. And so, unless the ADC can put its house together in order, it's fait accompli. It's a foregone conclusion that the APC may likely win.
Thank you, Ibrahim.
The 2027 election.
Thank you, Ibrahim. That was quite articulate. Well, let's be frontal more in the question, as we have it, like he said. What do you see as more beneficial for the ADC and, of course, Nigerians, basically? Is it the presidential flag bearer for Peter Obi or for Atiku?
Now, when you look at the ADC, the only difference between the ADC and the APC is the man called Peter Obi. It's the only difference.
Oh.
Atiku Abubakar, most of the APC party members or sympathizers or supporters talk about, was once upon a time in APC. Look, whatever game you see the ADC playing just now, the APC, as led by President Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, played it between 2013 to 2015. So I want to believe that they are paying him in his own coin, because the game he played then President Goodluck Jonathan was a southerner, but we saw a president who is from the south supported a northerner. So what is bad if Atiku Abubakar emerges as the flag bearer of ADC tomorrow? What is wrong with that? And then somebody will come and tell me, it is the turn of the south. Why is he come? When it was the turn of the south under Goodluck Jonathan, did Asiwaju President Bola Ahmed Asiwaju supported a southerner? The answer was no. He brought a Buhari who was a disaster. We saw, and himself did promise us that he was going to start from where Buhari stopped, and we are seeing it. So if ADC wants to be the third force that most bookmakers
or as the only alternative for the APC, like what Ibrahim said,
are thinking, is for them to bring a viable candidate that will lead that party in that elections. Again, I want to tell you, it is unfortunate that the Nigerian style of politics, as arranged by the political class, is on South-North divide, Muslim-Christian divide. Then the politicians were the one who came up with that formula. So if any other political party emerges and toe that line, I, for one, will not complain, because they were the ones who propagated that.
Okay.
Hence, that is their style of politics. Then let others follow. But I think I see the ADC to be the third force.
Okay. What do you see as the doom or the fortune of the ADC in respect of getting the right presidential flag bearer?
You see, when we talk about presidential flag bearer in Nigeria political dispensations, we have to put a lot of things into consideration. My co-discussor, who is a legal practitioner, talked about Goodluck Ebele Jonathan period just now. I tried to accuse Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now president, then as opposition person, working with Buhari. What happened there? We need to make it clearer for our people. Was that when Yaradua died in the office, with all the controversies that went with it, they now had to make Goodluck to be acting president through the doctrine of necessity. Then he now appointed Namadi Sambo, governor then of Kaduna State, to become his vice. During that period, there was an agreement. One, that Namadi Sambo and the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, they were going to complete the tenure of Yaradua. Then they will contest one more tenure. The power will return back to the north. That was the agreement. I remember our late brother, the owner of AIT, Chief Remodu Kwesi, was one of the people who were there when the agreement was signed. And when it was now 2015, and Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was coming again to contest for presidency, the man came out and brandished the document. That look at the document that was signed and look at how we all agree that power will now return back to the north. By the way, on this studio, former governor of I try to remember that man's name. No, not Kwakwaso, the one that came from Kwakwaso.
Okay, Ganduje.
No, not Ganduje.
Okay, Ganduje.
No,
okay, you have 30 seconds to round off.
Okay,
go ahead with it.
Yes, Ibrahim Shekarau was on this studio, and he came to campaign for Isaiah Muden as governorship candidate of APC, no, of PDP in 2016. And your the outcome man that day,
okay,
Dr. Kokoso asked him a question. The outcome, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, with all the support, did not win election. The man broke everything down. That for how many years of a democracy in Nigeria, that did not only rule for 2 years in Yaradua, Obasanjo ruled 8 years, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan ruled for 6 years, and he was going to rule for another 4 years to make it so to be 12 years, and did not want it. So they now had to look for a candidate that was acceptable to both North and South, and they found that one in Buhari based on his performances in previous election that he contested, and because of that one, they did not have to rally that Buhari. That's how Buhari became. So when we are talking of third force, we are talking of ADC, we are talking of power. There is a political power configuration on the North South.
Thank you.
We should look at very critically how power is presently constructed in Nigeria.
Okay.
And how the president now should be given opportunity to rule for 8 years.
All right.
So that power can return back to north.
Thank you, gentlemen. Big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. We will continue this conversation maybe in subsequent editions, but we now take a short break. After that, we will be joining Abuja, Dominic Yamase of Abuja Network Center for a continuation of the conversation from that axis. Do stay.
All right, it's still the program this morning on Night TV. We are now back to our Abuja Network studio, where we'll be looking at our opposition party, the strength of the new, should I call the heart of opposition, because most persons are now looking at the African Democratic Congress as one strong party that may give the ruling party a run for their money in 2027. It's already at 2026 and it's the electionary year. We already know that from this very moment, attentions, governance will be very, very slow. Attention will now be turned to who occupies the presidential villa this time in 2027. We've seen a strong personality. Person of Peter Obi recent declared that he has finally left the Labour Party and joining the ADC, where he was welcomed even by the former presidential candidate of the PDP, now also a member of the ADC, Atiku Abubakar, has indicated his interest to work with Peter Obi for them to form a formidable opposition against the ruling party, of course, any other party. But I have joining me this morning to discuss this and other matters is an APC member also. Well, I know it will be a one-sided, but we expect the youth leader of the ADC will be joining us later. I have Peter Eke with us this morning. Very good morning to you. Sam Eke, pardon that, Mr. Very good morning to you and a happy new year to you.
Same here.
Yes, we've had you a very long time ago. You've not been here, but good enough you're here. We've been hearing so much happening in your party. Many persons have accused the APC of not really carrying the people along, especially with the recent the commencement of the tax bill. Let's start from there. That is one reforms of your administration that many persons did not align well with, especially the public. I don't know whether it's publicity or probably the people do not understand the concept of the new tax law. Let's begin from there.
Well, I am not speaking for the party here. I'm speaking as an individual, as a concerned Nigerian. Good morning, viewers. Happy New Year once again. The truth is, we need a tax reform as a nation. You have agencies that are responsible to give information to the public, like the National Orientation Agency and so on. If they have not done their best, that's left for them. But we also have an issue whereby lawmakers will tell Nigerians that, oh, the gazetted document is not what we pass. So these are issues, if they are true, we must look into as a nation. But one thing is sure, I believe the government will not do anything to strangle its citizens economically. So if the reform is needed, let's go there. It's better we have a reform that is sincere. Today, if you have a small business in Nigeria, you're taxed left, right, and center. You don't even understand. You pay levies to local government officials, you just don't understand the amount of money you're paying. You don't know if it's entering government or it's entering private pockets. So we need a system that will bring the tax into one basket so that we know what you're paying for.
So in other sense, you don't have problem with this?
No, I don't have problem with
and
it.
As a party member?
Yeah.
So you
No, I don't have problem with the reforms. We need a tax reform in Nigeria. Let me give you a simple example. If you are trading in tomatoes, let's say fresh tomatoes from Abuja, maybe to Calabar, you'll be spending close to between 3 to 7 or 500,000 naira just on the road to get to your destination. At every local government, you see some hoodlums who block the road. They are all tax officers of every local government. You don't need this in a nation for such businesses to grow. Because of that, every market in the south, the difference between the market in the south, what you sell products in the south and the north differs. Food. So you need a system that will harmonize and give us just one tax.
Well, I know it's going to be very difficult for us to get that harmonized. I bet to be corrected because, like you mentioned, every local government have their own different taxes, and I feel this reform is trying to harmonize it.
Yes.
Let's leave tax matters for now. Let's go to politics. The APC, the PDP, and the ADC, we all know that 2027 is just a few less than 12 months from now, and the electionary activities definitely begins from 2026. The ADC is one party that is coming up strong, and most persons feel it will give the APC a run for their money. I don't know whether you see that as a party member or you feel we should just hold on and wait for the drums to begin to beat. Then we'll know who is who in terms of politics in Nigeria.
No, as a concerned Nigerian, I will tell you, the election would not be business as usual, both in the part of the APC and in the part of the opposition. The ADC will come out strong. The PDP will also not fold its arms. Other smaller parties will not fold its arms. But I would advise the opposition to unite and become one so that they give the ruling party a run for
in what
accountability.
sense? Because I know the PDP, for instance, we know what's happening in the PDP with the faction and all that. Are you saying now we should have a coalition because the ADC came out as a coalition?
I don't know what the opposition will come out with, but the opposition should understand that what is important is winning elections. It's not even making noise. The APC should also understand that the wave of defections does not guarantee winning elections. What is important is, what have you given to the people? Has it translated into a better life for Nigerians? Do we have better infrastructure? Do we have ease of doing business? Do we have better security? Do we have better life as Nigerians? Are we proud to be Nigerians at this time? This is what the ruling party should look into and work more for. The opposition should also be able to stand up and ask questions. The opposition is not doing opposition. The opposition, they are just doing what I call tea party. They just sit down, discuss things that doesn't matter. What matters most in this country is the citizens. Are we actually proud that we are Nigerians?
Well, if you tag
things have been better.
Opposition party as being having tea party, look at what is happening, for instance, in the PDP.
Yeah.
There have been allegations and permutation from every corner that a certain individual is being used by the APC to make sure that the opposition party does not stand, does not have
Unfortunately, if you want to be used, you'll be used. If I am in such party and I'm leading the party and I know you're a Mo, I would either expel, suspend, or... You see, it's about the people coming together, galvanize, and tell themselves the truth and go for what they want. Nobody can use anybody except you want to be used. If the PDP is no longer there, because what it seems is that the PDP can no longer create the needed opposition. So now there's an alternative, which is the ADC. The ADC should also change the path, because most of the persons in the ADC were all in the PDP. Some were in the APC at a point. The same recycled, change their ways. The youths and the young people who are the large chunk of voters would also decide their fate. Whether we like it or not, 2027, the world is watching. Nigerians are ready to come out to vote. Nobody anywhere can rig election. It should not sound as if it's a warning. Nobody anywhere can rig election. We don't want anybody to rig election. You perform, the people like you.
So why are you so confident that this election will not be rigged? We've had so much talk in previous elections, and then by the time the results are out, the opposition parties, as we're mentioning now, will always come up and allege
it's good
election rigging.
It's good you're fair as an individual. The timing of announcing the last election result was wrong. You cannot announce election result by 4 a.m. and we'll clap while people are sleeping. That will not happen again. The opposition will wake up. Their eyes will be open. The collation center, nobody will live there. So it should be a situation where both the ruling party, the opposition, everybody should wake up and go to the people and seek for the people's mandate. A situation where everybody in PDP has infused into the APC, believing that there's a magic that will transpire, that will give them the vote. No. The people will vote, the people will stand by their vote, they will follow their result until they see the final.
It's no longer your sins are forgiven.
No, it is not. It will never be.
We've seen that most, for instance, we know what's happening with the Bauchi State governor as it stands now. He's being charged for corruption, for funding terrorism and all that. And he said it's because he's in the opposition.
No. If anybody is funding terrorism, go to courts and defend yourself. That is, by the way. If you are in the APC and you think you can just win election, I pity you, because it will be something that will break you down after the election. So what I advise is that if you're a politician, go to the people, talk to the people, seek the people's mandate, and if God gives you victory, so be it. But if you're thinking, oh, because I am close to the president, I'll win. Let me give you a clear example. In 2023, a lot of APC governors could not win their states. So it is not if you come to APC, you will win your state. No. A lot could not win their state. Some of them have left the party today People like El-Rufai couldn't win Kaduna.
To come to the Senate.
People like Al-Makura, I think he was governor then, he couldn't bring, no, the Nasarawa State governor, could not bring Nasarawa State. So it is not when you come, it's automatic. No, when you come to work, support the president, and send the dividends of democracy to your people. But if they are not doing that, and they are just defecting, it is not a plus, it's a minus. So we want them to defect and also.
Okay, let's look at the ADC, which is the center of our discussion now. We have very important personalities in that party that have in the past indicated interest to rule. We have the Peter Obi, like we just mentioned earlier. Atiku is there. Amechi is also in that party. Even El-Rufai. Looking at these four persons, do you think the opposition party, or rather the ADC, stand a chance of providing somebody that can stand a person of Atiku, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or any other candidates in this country, looking at these four persons in that party? Because we know it will get to a time that it will become a problem in that party. Even Atiku is saying he's ready to work with Peter Obi. We know how, if you look at the antecedent of Atiku in previous parties, we know how it plays out.
Well, I am not a member of that party, but I will tell you for free, it won't be business as usual. Anybody the party brings up will give the president a bit of real opposition. Anybody. The issue there is simple. Are Nigerians satisfied with the government of the day? If yes, they will go with the president. If no, the APC should be ready for more work. So, the people in the APC have done opposition before. Remember the names you just mentioned. Some of them were against Jonathan, and Jonathan lost the election. Yes, Asiwaju is a master strategist, as people say, but the strategy might not work all the time. You might have everything in your powers to make you get ease of achieving whatever. But sometimes in politics, watch carefully people around you if they are doing the right thing. Watch if people who have assisted you get to that position, if they are also happy with the situation. Not a situation whereby people who have labored tirelessly to bring the president to where he is today, some of them are out there, and people who were insulting the president are ambassadors, nominated to be ambassadors. You know, they might remain in the party without saying anything, but these are persons you need to look into and also find a way to cushion the effect. Then the populace, are they okay? I know food has, the price of food is coming down, but will their take home really take them home? The salaries people take home as monthly salaries, does it sustain them in a month? Are we fighting corruption? Is the insecurity in Nigeria, is it better? You know, these are things that would help the president. Is not insulting whoever that says anything against a policy of government.
So where should the opposition now turn their
What
attention
the opposition should do now is to look at every policy of government that is not popular and stick to it and run with it. Every policy. There's a tax law, there's a controversy, you take it and you speak. But the opposition is not doing that. Oh, there's insecurity here. You talk. That was what the APC did to the PDP, and finally, it helped.
It helped. We've not
but in the opposition, you don't have a party. What you have is individuals. You have one Atiku there, one Peter Obi there, one Amici there, one Erufai there. Everybody doing his thing. You have one Kwankwaso there, you know, one Aregbesola there. You can see the names, but everybody is like an institution of its own. Sometimes it's good, but they have to come together and provide the needed opposition. Today, in the next 1 month or two, 1 month and some weeks, we should be having an election in FCT.
And next month?
Yeah. Have you seen any form of opposition in FCT?
So you tell me, you are a party member.
Yeah.
Because most Nigerians, sometimes most persons are not even aware that elections, especially in the FCT, are coming up. That's why you get to see very low turnout of persons during the FCT election. Why do we have such outcomes in the FCT? Unlike what we've seen in the states, the terrains are different when it comes to election.
The issue there is that both the opposition, mainly every election cycle in the FCT, the elites feel it's a local thing. The middle class in the FCT feel, oh, it's for them. It's just for... A lot of people think the area council election is meant for the indigents. No. But it's meant for every resident in FCT. If you know you pay tenement rate in FCT, it's for you. If you know you pay kiosks and liquor, it's for you. If you know you pay all those funny levies that are demand notice, it's for you. So I call on all residents in the FCT to come out in mass and vote.
But it seems political parties are not doing enough.
The ruling party is moving here and there, talking to residents, but I cannot find any opposition anywhere.
That's because they've been muzzled aside.
With what? With what?
By the time you go to area councils, virtually all the area councils are one political parties.
I don't think so. I think Kuje is not APC.
Kuje is PDP. We have the
Buhari is not APC.
So why do we have very low participation of political parties?
It is the attitude of residents in FCT. Once residents in Amak, time will come, it won't be so. Give it, let's see what the next general election would look like. It won't be so. Time will come, it won't be so. But now, a lot of people are, they feel reluctant to participate in the process of, and the most important election is the local government election, especially that of the area council election, is the most important election for anybody living in Abuja. Because that area council is the closest government to you.
Well, probably they felt they really feel the impact.
No, because the FCDA, the FCT administration, is the one they see providing roads, water, and giving them right of occupancy and certificate of occupancy. That's why they don't know. But the closest government to them is the area council. What is the... See, nobody is asking question, how many billion is budgeted to an area council and what the area council is doing with it. These are issues that residents in the FCT don't care about. They think, some of them think it's just meant for early settlers, early settlers in the FCT. But to me, the advocacy we should be doing is that everybody who have lived in the FCT should participate. If you own a house in the FCT, participate. If you work here, participate. If you do business here, participate. And once that is done, you have a robust process. But today you're not having it.
But let's look at the empire itself, the Electoral Commission. I know it has a part to play in this. We're looking at FCT election, despite the fact that we were talking about opposition parties. Like I mentioned earlier, not much of sensitization is going on. Even as of this morning, you barely see jingles or party doing anything, even on social medias or on contemporary media. It takes me back to sensitization. It means INEC attention is not really focused, but I feel the political parties have a role to play in this. If INEC will provide the logistics for the running of the election, what political party, what are they doing? We keep saying residents don't have interest in it, but the political party are not going even to the grassroots.
That's why I said the opposition is not playing its role.
So how do we get them to change the narrative?
The candidates in the opposition might not have the capacity to also play the role. Even the ruling party is not doing enough. Because you need sensitization, mobilization, galvanizing the people, making them understand why they should participate in this process. But the truth is, all this costs finances, money. So, is there money for that? How much is budgeted to the National Orientation Agency? Because National Orientation Agency, I keep asking question. What is the amount of money given to National Orientation Agency to run these sensitizations in states, communities, local governments, and so on, all around the country? If the money is not much, you won't find much. How much has INEC budgeted for sensitization of the populace?
Even the ongoing INEC registration is there. I think the second phase is beginning.
I just heard that the second phase is beginning, but the sensitization is low. Now, it's left for political parties to wake up. Sometimes you don't need money. You need to give the people hope. They should wake up and start giving the people hope and tell them reasons why they should. And another thing, some persons must have lost hope in the process of governance in Nigeria. There are situations where you talk to people, they say, no, anything concerning government, I don't.
Why do you think is that? Because I asked you earlier, has your party done enough for them to even vie for opposition?
Yes, sometimes people have their reasons for saying so. At a point in this country, insecurity was so high. Today it has gone down.
It has gone down. There was reports at what happened in
Nigeria. So if a man has ever paid ransom, you know he will lose hope in government. If a man has ever paid ransom, he will lose hope in government. So some persons have lost hope. Some persons don't want to even hear or participate in any process concerning the government. A man that provides his own water, his own electricity, his own security, and grade the road to his house, what will you be telling the man about government? There are people like that. There are communities in the FCT that if you go there, you ask questions. So such people have lost hope.
Well, we just hope that our political parties will definitely take a new leap and ensure that we move forward. The FCT election is I think in February next month.
On the 21st of February.
Yeah, as we wrap up now, it's 2026. We know definitely that governance will not be shut down, but there will be bits of diversion from the normal governance. Focus will be on 2027 election. What's your last take as we go into the election?
In the last 1 year, governance have slowed down. It's politics, 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 politics. So this is a campaign year. Governance will slow down more. So let's not be deceived. it will slow down more. But hopefully, I advise people in governance, especially the ministers, they should do more. The ministers of works, minister of power, minister of what minister, any minister you are, do more and do less politics.
All right,
you can hear the FCT minister. He said the politics of Rivers State will start in 2026. So governance in FCT might.
All right, it means it might continue.
it might not.
Thank you so much, Sam Eke, for being on the program this morning on Night TV. It's quite a delight having you on our program this morning. Well, we'll take a quick break. When we return, I will be joining our Lagos studio for the continuation of the program this morning on Night TV.
All right, thank you for joining us on the continuation of TMI from our Lagos Network studio. I'm Patricia Uremu Gabriels. And of course, it's a continuation actually, because we're going to continue where we stopped yesterday on the new tax reform. You know, a whole lot of Nigerians are not understanding it. And then the House thought that what we did yesterday wasn't enough for Nigerians to really understand what this tax is all about, who will be taxed and who is not going to be taxed. So we're going to be continuing from where we stopped yesterday with our same guest, Mr. Segun Shobito. Mr. Segun Shobito, thank you for coming today.
Thanks for
Of course, we have stressed you for the 2 days stretched out because we want to make Nigerians actually understand what this tax is actually for and who is going to be taxed and those that are not going to be taxed. Because every Nigerian on the street is just grumbling about this tax. Okay, people say we go to the market to buy things and they are taxing them already on the items that they're purchasing. So we actually want to have a clear clarification on that aspect, who is going to be taxed and who is not going to be taxed. Thank you so much, as always, for coming. So let's just kick off by starting to ask, what are the major changes Nigeria should be aware of under this new tax reform?
I mean, the interesting part of all of this is that the changes are actually not radical. We've had tax laws before. It's not as if we didn't have tax laws. We have tax rates. People were expected to pay personal income tax. People were expected to pay their pay as you earn. People were expected to pay company income tax, you know, and all of that. And none of that has changed. Withholding tax has been there before, now it's still there. Value-added tax. I think the most significant change, to my view, is just the fact that the government is automating the process and harmonizing it across, across the different tiers of government, trying to create an environment where multiple taxation is dealt with to a certain extent. You can never really, you can't, and it's important to put that out there. You can't solve the problem of multiple taxation completely, because at the local government level, the Constitution allows them to collect levies and fees. And some of those levies, they get very creative. And, I don't see how the Joint Tax Board will be able to stop all of that. If they're able to, that would be fantastic, but I don't see it. So in terms of changes, I think the primary change is now the taxman is going to be on top of his game. They're going to use the opportunity of technology to track transactions, to identify every taxable citizen, whether corporate citizen or individual Nigerians. I think that's the primary difference. Of course, there are changes, slight adjustments here and there to the tax rates, to how the tax is applied. Of course, we spoke about, yesterday we spoke about the issue of people that will be exempted from paying taxes at all, whether as individuals or as small businesses. Corporate companies as well. Even a certain category of businesses, the corporate income tax that they're going to be paying has also been reduced from 30% to 25%. Definitions on issues of capital gains tax have also changed. How the capital gains tax is calculated has changed to promote the investment habits, you know, in the stock market, you know, and all of that. So, for example, the returns that you earn, you know, from your trading in the stock exchange, you know, for example, is tax-free up until a profit of 10 million naira.
Oh.
You know, so there are changes like that that have been put in place to encourage activity and productivity, in the hope that the improved activity, the improved productivity will result in more wealth that the government can then tax. Again, you know, the conversation is ongoing and it's everywhere. And one of the things that we were saying yesterday on another platform that I spoke is that actually now the challenge for the average Nigerian is you decide for yourself, where do you want to be? Do you want to be below the threshold? If you don't want to pay tax, it's fine. Stay below the threshold. Don't grow.
How do you stay below the threshold?
Don't grow in your life. Don't improve.
Oh.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's for me, it's a very simple thing. Everybody wants to grow. You don't want to stay earning minimum wage for the rest of your life. You don't want to stay earning 200, 300,000 naira daily sales as a business. You want to get to the point where you are recording 10 million naira in sales every day. You know, you are doing 1 billion naira in turnover every year, right? So if you get to that point, you will pay your taxes. So,
okay.
and I think that's a good thing. It's not something that we should
it's a
be
good
worried
thing
about. It's not something we should shy away from. It's not something we should be scared of.
It is a good thing for the government. That's what the citizens of
the
Nigeria
citizens
will
well.
say, you know,
For the
because I think
citizens
it's been difficult for them to really understand.
Because they don't get it.
Yes, they don't. They just conclude and says it's for the government. Okay. But let's go and look at the personal income tax and VAT or corporate taxes. How does this reform affect personal income tax or VAT, you know? Because just before we came on air, someone was talking about how he bought data for his Zoom for the month, and he was, you know, charged by VAT, which has always been there. Is it going to increase, or it will remain on the same charges as at before?
VAT, value added tax,
yes,
has not changed in terms of the rates that is applied. It's 7.5%. There was a proposal for it to become 10% and then 12.5% and then 15% in a graduated manner over a 5-year period. That was a part of the original proposals of the Oyedele committee, but that was junked by the National Assembly, and the rate has been retained. So nothing has changed. A number of items have also been exempted from being vatable. I have a chart here that I can read out. I'll need to pull it out.
Okay, so but what about the personal income tax?
No, we spoke about that extensively yesterday. Personal income tax is also graduated based on the volume of income that you are generating.
Okay.
And there is a threshold below which you don't even pay any personal income tax, which is the 800,000 naira per annum threshold.
I want to go,
depending on how you want to interpret it.
I want to go a little bit down, you know, to speak like the ordinary Nigerian who really doesn't understand what this tax reform is all about. A lot of people say that ordinary Nigerians who don't understand this says they go to the market and they're paying tax. They're paying tax on whatever goods they purchase. Is it supposed to be so, or the sellers are just using this opportunity to tax their buyers?
I don't even understand what that means. I mean, how can you? I don't understand. The only tax that you pay if you go to the market, in quotes, right, whether it's supermarket or the open market, is value-added tax. They are supposed to add the value-added tax, you know, to the figure that they're charging you. But most of the things that you buy in the market are actually tax exempted. They are VAT exempted. Food, there's no VAT on food items, right? So, what tax? How does that work?
But
so obviously there will be a number of people who will prey on the ignorance of the average person out there and go into unwholesome, sharp practices. I would like to call on the government, especially the Federal Consumer Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, to get their act right. If they have to increase capacity for enforcement and monitoring, they have to do that. to protect the ordinary, unknowing, innocent Nigerian from exploitation by, you know, all these unscrupulous people who just, every little thing that happens, you know, they try to take advantage and profiteer. You know, the FCCPC needs to really, because now, over the next 6 months, whilst this is settling in and we're all adjusting, a lot of people are going to be trying to become funny, and they have to be checked. You know, so I would like to call on the FCCPC to do their work.
Well, that's actually my concern, because a lot of Nigerians out there have started complaining. But let's go see the impact on the business and the economy of our country. How is this going to affect the businesses, both the small scale, the medium scale, and the large scale business?
I think just for the economy as a whole, this is the part that we didn't get to yesterday. And for every gain, typically the way life works, for every gain, there is likely going to be some pain, right? So let me give an example. If you see, as a man, you see a guy like you, a man like you, and he's all bulked up, has biceps, bulging biceps, six-pack, you know, everything on point physically, and you're admiring it, and you're like, wow, what a guy. I would like to be like that. Hello, the guy obviously would have spent a lot of time in the gym, you know, punishing his body, sweating, grit, grime, you know, hours every day. Maybe some people, you know, I gym a bit, no muscles yet, but you know, I gym a bit, you know, and I know how painful it is. You go into the gym, and when you're out, you are in pain literally for days, sometimes until your body adjusts, you know. So that, you know, will eventually give birth to the gain of looking good. In this case, there is a transition process that we have to go through, which is that the tax reform will result in more people paying taxes. I've been repeating this, you know, there is less loophole for people to escape the long arm of the tax man, because everything is now technology based, and we're tying everything to either your NIN or your CAC registration number. You know, so people will pay their taxes whether they like it or not. The implication of that is that businesses that have been getting away with doing business, raking in profits and paying no taxes, will start paying their taxes. If they start paying their taxes, the likelihood is that, of course, their profit will take a hit, and they won't want that hit. So they are going to gross up and pass that additional cost, which is the tax they are paying, to the consumer.
Okay, so how can the government stop this actually?
No, there's nothing, it's not something to be stopped. It should happen. It's a natural process. So which means the implication of this, both for businesses, is that cost of doing business may go up slightly. You know, at the end of the day, by the time you look at what the impact of the tax component of the overall costs will make, you know, and you average it out, it will be significant, but I don't think it will be disruptive. So cost of doing business will go up inevitably, which will affect inflation inevitably. But the logic behind this is that if there is accountability with the use of the additional revenues, then the investment in social services and infrastructure that additional income will bring about from the side of the government should result in enough productivity gains to make up for the additional cost you are bearing. So if you are paying a little more, there is a slight bump up in inflation, but we begin to see that the roads are, you know, I'm not just talking of grandiose projects like coastal road and all those stuff. The roads that we currently have that
maintenance,
are immense, you know, if they are being maintained and kept in good shape, if you know, traffic street lights are implemented across board so we have fewer accidents, if the healthcare system receives consistent funding because of additional revenue, and people don't die as a result of poor infrastructure and facilities in the public healthcare system, then those gains will make up for the pain of the extra cost. So the nexus is the if, is a big if. if there is accountability.
If there's accountability.
And that is something that we as citizens must now demand.
We have been demanding for of course, the subsidy removal, and then we have not seen anything yet. So do you think this will have a different cause?
Actually, my theory is that I think it will. Because now, one of the things that moves the human spirit, is right, what's in it for me? How does this affect me personally? You see, this tax thing is going to affect people personally. We are going to feel the impact in terms of additional costs, in terms of additional payments to government that we were not making before, that now you have to make. Once that begins to happen, I think my theory is that it will awaken the consciousness of accountability, demanding accountability in the mind of the ordinary Nigerian. The reason we're so lackadaisical and we don't care, we appear not to care about anything, let them take it now, is because we don't pay tax. In countries where people pay tax, they make demands, and government knows it. So I think now that the government is insisting that you must pay your tax, I suspect that Nigerians will ask the questions that they must ask in order for government to now deliver services with the additional income. That has been the missing nexus, and I think that this tax bill, inadvertently, it's not like it's a deliberate intent of the government, but I think that's going to be one of the major outcomes of this. The fact that all of a sudden, because citizens are now being hit personally in their pockets, they will become more sensitive and they will ask the questions they must ask for development to happen.
Okay, before we go on, we have some random questions from some random Nigerians concerning their worries on the new tax reform. And someone called in and said, a landlord's concern, he wants to know rent of his house, which he charges for 2.5 million naira per annum, will be taxed on the said amount.
Yes, rental income is taxable. Subject to deductions of allowable expenses. So as a landlord, you collect 2.5 million in rent. Let's assume that you definitely be paying your tax on his income.
I hope they stand. Okay, talking about someone setting of taxing is giving their tenants a new account number with some of these digital banks and thinking that they could actually escape paying tax. Is it possible for them to escape?
I mean, Nigerians we're quite an interesting people, So yeah, people are going to look for ways of circumventing this, and it's natural. But I think that because everything is connected to your personal identity, outside of your tax identity, your NIN or your corporate affairs commission number, or business registration number, or RC number, how do you want to escape? So that example that the person gives, so you give me, if I'm understanding well, it's likely to mean that maybe the landlord is giving an account number that is not in his name, right? So that he can escape the tax implication on the rent. But that account, don't forget, the CIP has successfully implemented a policy where your NIN must be tied to your account, and no account in this country, as far as I know, can operate without having the NIN tied to it. The bank will block it. Right? Whether it is I know that some of the fintech digital banks, some are still not complying fully. And you can open an account with relative ease without tying your NIN, but that will be closed up. I'm sure of that. So As long as your NIN is tied to the account, whichever account number the person is giving you has an NIN tied to it now. So that person, whatever the name of that person is, will have to account for what 2.5 million naira is, right? So let us assume that the tenant decides to be to collude with the landlord, and that could happen, you know, because it's a personal interest again. The landlord says, look, if you don't do it this way, go away. I'll find somebody that will, right? So the tenant now decides to put gifts as the remarks instead of saying rent,
yes.
right? The person that is the recipient, eventually what the taxman has is access to your transaction history, right? They can't debit your account, but they can see what's happening there. If there is unusual flows in your account that is not consistent with your transaction history, it will raise a red flag, and the taxman will investigate. So yes, it's going to be possible. People are going to find a way to circumvent this, and some of them will succeed, you know. But I think that I wouldn't encourage that. I think that whoever is doing that, with all due respect to them, is an economic saboteur.
Okay, let's quickly go to shipping lines. Okay, the tax reform sparks tension as shipping lines plan hikes. Of course, already clearing of goods in the shipping, or rather shipping goods down and clearing it is already very expensive. And they are also saying now with this tax reform, it's going to go higher.
I mean, that's similar to, we were talking about it yesterday, you know, the
airline
issue.
yeah.
And I tell you, unless there's something I don't know, and I seriously doubt that, the only additional implication of the tax reform on any business, in any sector, is one of two things. It's either you were not paying your taxes before, now you can't escape, so you are paying, and you now therefore have an additional 25% or 30% cost percent of your profit as a cost that you are paying to government that you were not doing before. And like I said earlier, adjust your prices accordingly. Pass that to the consumer. There's nothing else you can do about that. Besides that, how else will your cost go up as a shipping company? How else will your cost go up as an airline? You are going to be, in fact, for the airlines, they were paying taxes because they are too visible. They were not escaping the taxman in the first instance. So some of them will even be paying less. So some of the things that you know, the MD of one of the airlines said on a TV interview recently, I found that quite mind-boggling. I cannot relate with it. He needs to come out and explain. The local airlines, their primary costs are in local currency. They don't have parking fees that they're paying in dollars. So how exactly will the tax reform result in, as according to the man, potentially 100% fair hike? I just don't get it, and I don't think that that is correct.
Okay. I think that's helping Nigerians to understand better, and then we'll be asking questions.
Absolutely.
When yes.
So, and I think it's important to just say, just off the back of what you just said now, that the reason we're saying these things is so that we can challenge these people that are saying these things. You know, somebody is saying airfares are going to increase 100%. We need to challenge that.
Yes.
Let them explain
to us why and how. Yes.
What is it about the tax reform that is going to make it suddenly so much more expensive?
Okay, just before we go, Mr. Shemushobito, if there's one key message Nigerians should take away about this reform, what would it be?
Expect change, and change is good. Progress, there is no progress in life without change. You've got to change something if you want to see progress, so expect change. Now, also demand, my own personal message now to Nigerians on this tax reform is demand accountability. Demand accountability. So the person listening will say, how? It's simple. In whatever way you can within your reach. If it's your social media account that you have as within your reach, ask questions. Just post it. Because somebody can see that, retweet or repost, and it can go viral. And anything that goes viral, government listens. If it's a letter you will write to your local government chairman or your state governor or your House of Reps or senator, do so. We need to learn to begin to ask for the things that we want. Nobody is going to give it to you on a platter of gold. So my message is, for you to get the benefit of this tax that you will surely pay, because we will surely pay the tax. For you to get the benefit, you can't sit back anymore. You have to ask questions of your leaders.
I mean, we're going to leave it there, and I'm very sure that Nigerians have taken home everything that you discussed and said to us between yesterday and today, and that settles all the confusion and all and all the conflict and all the fear. Hopefully, we hope that has settled it, because Mr. Segun Shegbito has done a lot between yesterday and today, trying to make us understand how the tax reform is going to go. And so we hope that you understood, and you can actually send in a message if there's some parts you can't clarify. Send in a message and we'll be able to help you to clarify that properly. Thank you, Mr. Segun Shegbito. Thank you so much for coming and making it easy for Nigerians to understand the new tax reform. Anyway, we're going to be ending this here today, and thank you for joining us, our viewers, and hope you understood. And like Mr. Shegbito said, we are going to pay the tax. We cannot avoid it. Thank you for joining us on TMI. I'm Patricia Oremu Gabriels.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chukufum Nanya Digwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, for our first story, it stems from the security situation in Nigeria, as 9 Nigerian soldiers were being killed in Borno during an IED attack. A military convoy from the 145 Battalion struck a powerful improvised explosive device, IED, on Sunday, 5 January 2026, along the Gubio-Damasak Road in Borno State, northeast Nigeria. Now, the blast destroyed an armored vehicle, killing 8 soldiers on the spot, while a 9th died from injuries the following morning. At least 5 others sustained serious injuries and were airlifted to Maiduguri for treatment. Local sources attribute the attack to insurgents, with initial reports blaming Boko Haram, though security analysts suggest the tactics align more closely with ISWAP operations. The Nigerian army has yet to officially comment on the incident, instead publicizing successes elsewhere, including the disruption of a suicide bombing network in a separate operation. As you know, this particular one, the killing of these 9 soldiers in Borno State in an IED attack, has had the social media space definitely talking. Let's get to see this seemingly gory video that's largely publicized on the social media space of the ruckus of this attack, and then we'll take reactions.
Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. 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 La ilaha illallah. Ba magana, no till I keep quiet, okay? Wannan lamarin. No, that
Now, quite unfortunately, that is a very sad video of the incident of this bombing attack and the casualties of the soldiers that were recorded. Now, let's get to see how, very sadly, the social media space is reacting to this. This commenter says, The deceased soldiers have served the nation and died as patriots. May God grant them eternal rest. Let's take the next comment. This next commenter says, eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord. May your perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen. Thank you for protecting us. May God console your families. Let's take the next comment. This comment says, this is truly sad. May Allah comfort the families of the deceased and grant speedy recovery to the injured and destroy the terrorists and their supporters. Amen. Condolences to our men in the Nigerian army. Let's see another comment now. This commenter says, truly sad. The Christmas Eve bomb attack in a mosque was a pointer that the terrorists have taken to bomb attacks. There is need to track their source to avert future attacks. These are the people someone said federal government should dialogue with. Never. Let's take the final comment before we move on to the next story. This netizen says, this is heartbreaking news. My condolences to the families of the fallen soldiers and prayers for the injured. As Nigerians, we must continue to support our troops and demand better intelligence, equipment, and care for those risking their lives to keep the country safe. Now, those are the comments on the very sad bombing attack that claimed the lives of 9 soldiers in Borno State. Now, moving on to the next story, as Wike warns traditional rulers and clashes with APC over Rivers politics. Now, the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has warned traditional rulers in Rivers State to stay out of partisan politics and avoid supporting Governor Siminalayi Fubara. Speaking during visits to local government areas, he insisted political matters should be left to elected officials. In Oyigbo, Wike also accused APC National Secretary Ajibola Bashiru of scheming to control state resources, calling Rivers a no-go area. Bashiru, in response, from Osun State, dismissing Wike's remarks as uncouth and urging him to resign as FCT minister if he wishes to actively engage in Rivers politics. Now, the official X page of APC Nigeria, as you can see on the screen, even quoted the National Secretary as saying, for the avoidance of doubt, our records indicate that Minister Nyesom Wike is not a member of our party, APC. So he lacks the locus to dabble into the party, the affairs of our party. The spate highlights rifts within the APC ahead of the 2027 elections. Just to further buttress this, let's get to see the video of Wike actually asserting that traditional rulers should stay away from partisan politics, and then take reactions.
We'll soon start politics. We'll soon start politics. I didn't say you should be involved. Don't be involved. Allow us to play our politics. Stay as a traditional ruler. I don't want anybody to say tomorrow, oh, you are putting your hand. Don't put hand. But that does not mean that you don't have anybody to support your mind. But allow us to play our game. If there's any problem, you call us to settle. But I want to tell you that not be business as usual again. All of us have taken decision on what to do. So I believe those of them who are children will tell you the decision we have taken, just for your ears, not for you to participate. You're my friend. So I don't want us, in fact, why I'm not becoming sick, because based on your stool, I don't want anybody to say, oh, Amarabo, you've cancelled the recognition. That's why I don't want to come since. But since I've come here, you will not be happy that I left without coming to greet you. So.
Now, that's the assertion of the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike warning traditional rulers to stay away from partisan politics, which he calls a game. Now let's get to see how the social media space takes this. Daniel Rega says, Wike has the audacity to belittle traditional leaders like this because they fueled his ego by equally playing politics. A politician or government ought to hold traditional and regional religious leaders in high regards, as they have unparalleled authority over their subjects and followers. But look at the situation of things today. The level of disrespect is appalling. Let's see the next comment. This next commenter says, this game, he speaks of playing with Fubara. How does that affect the people of River State? What kind of heartless politicians do we tolerate in this country? This reign of impunity has to stop. Let's take the final comment before we move now to our final story. This final comment says, their greed and evil will consume them all. This is just the beginning. Anyone who indulges in politics not for the betterment of a society but for power, money, pleasure, and ego will be consumed by the same evil they sowed in our politics. Now, those are the comments as regards the feud, if I should call it that, between Wike, traditional rulers, and even the APC. Now, moving on to the final story. Tension erupted in Ekpoma, Edo State, just yesterday on Monday, 5th January 2026, as a group of youths identifying as students of Ambrose Ali University, AAU, staged a protest against rising kidnappings following the abduction of several students and the killing of one, Abu Momo. The demonstration, which began around the Poultry Road axis, called on authorities to intervene and improve security in Esan West local government area amid growing fears for student safety. The university management disowned the protest, stating that those involved are not registered students or recognized members of the students' union government, and condemned the action that could disrupt the academic environment in their view. Now, this protest took place yesterday after the very gory killing of one of the members of the student body. Let's get to see, this video, which I would warn you is a bit gory, one of the lineup of videos, and then we'll take reactions on it.
See the step for the see the step. Wait, now step where cut a meter when you call for.
Now from back they shoot.
Oh no, we know. I mean, you need face and hold on now. Oh, when you face and now, me and I call the doctor. On me, hope you say.
Bible come and help us, Lawo, help us. I beg, we not go with them, beg you, I beg, help us. We are
Now, the first snippet you got to see is the body of one of the kidnapped and killed victims of, this attack dropped at a riverbank in Ekpoma. And also, you also got to see snippets of the protest that went on by AAU students. Now, let's get to see the comments that follow from the social media space. This comment says, "This is very saddening. Something needs to be done. Human lives are just being reduced to nothing." Let's take another comment now. This commenter says, "I'm a student in Ekpoma and we are not safe. Kidnapping has become a daily reality here. Students are being abducted, ransoms are demanded, and innocent lives are being lost. This is supposed to be a university town, yet fear is now part of our everyday life." Let's move on to the final comment on this story. This commenter says, "What is currently happening in Ekpoma, Edo State, is getting worse. A community that is dominated by university students has become a center of kidnapping. Students are being kidnapped daily with huge ransoms being demanded for their releases. The government of Akpakomiza, that is the sitting governor, has not shown any concern or put in action to safeguard the lives of students and the community at large. Ekpoma needs help. Now, those are the comments as regards that story. And here's where I draw the curtain on TMI socials today. And I'll hand you over now to Philip Omo-Ogupon for the finalization of the program TMI. Thank you so much for watching.
Well, I hope you had a fantastic time with Chuku Funaya on TMI socials. Well, that bit of suspense that came with the last story really touched me, basically, as regards insecurity and students at the middle of it all. And we can only hope and pray that we take deeper governance into making sure that we secure lives and property. And it is the #1 responsibility of the government to do so. In as much as we also keeping tabs on community policing, everyone should endeavor to make sure that it reports any crime or any suspicion of that. Well, there's much you can take on today's episode of TMI. Remain law-abiding. Don't forget, it's still a new year. So whatever resolution you've got that is positive, stay on it. Keep your eyes on the ball. I am Philip Omo-Ogupon. Bye for now.
lájọ wá ó. Lájọ wá ó káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́ ó. Ọ̀rọ̀ àkọ́kọ́ balẹ̀ do. Ẹgbọ́n akẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ lájọ wá ó káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́ ó.
Ọmọ nọmba Nedo Ukwu Akpolokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
In the headlines, Rivers State begins impeachment against the governor. ADC moves seat APC, strengthens party structure with Constitutional Review Committee. Lagos says there is no rift between him and Governor Abiodun. Guests appeal to government over growing insecurity nationwide. Plus, mixed preparations noted as school set to resume in Benin City. Good evening. Many thanks indeed for joining us on the news. I am
Sincere apologies for the breaking transmission. Very beautiful evening to you, and thank you for joining us on the Network News tonight. I am Lawrence Osiko in our Benin Network Center, and my colleague Messi Lina Unko is standing by Lagos. Messi, good evening and good to have you on the news tonight. Moving on to the Network News tonight, where the Edo State, as preparation for the second term resumption of schools in Benin City, have begun final preparations for the return of students. Schools such as Ituhan Girls Grammar School in Benin City and Yuto Primary School here in Benin City along Sapele Road have been neatly claimed.
Recall that the Edo State government announced
perfect spot for luxury, serenity,
Apologies again for the hiccup in that report. As Edo State prepares for the resumption of the second term, some schools in Benin City have begun final preparations for the return of students. Schools such as Itohanges Primary School and Iviuto Primary School along Sapele Road in Benin City have neatly cleaned, with teachers already resuming duties ahead of the new academic term. However, a contrasting situation was observed at Owoba Primary School on Barakala Mohammed Way in Benin City, where the school environment has been overtaken by wild grasses, raising concerns about the readiness of resumption. Our correspondent Joy Omarisiagmo files in the report.
Recall that the Edo State government announced that primary and secondary schools will resume for the second term on Monday, January 12, 2026. While some schools appear well prepared for resumption, the condition of Owomba Primary School is a sharp contrast to the neat and orderly environment observed at Itohanges Grammar School.
We are very prepared. You can see the compound is already neat. We are here, and right now, seminar is ongoing for us to learn one or two things again to give back to the children once they come back on Monday.
At Iviota Primary School along Sapele Road, teachers resumed duties on Wednesday, January 7th as part of preparations for the commencement of the academic term.
The teachers came to tidying up the classrooms for the resumption on Monday. I'm telling my pupils that they should resume on time on Monday, being 12th January 2026, that there is good things for them, that those that resume on time, they will be rewarded for coming on time.
The mood among parents remained mixed, with some expressing concern over the learning environment, while others remain hopeful for a smooth and successful term.
I'm waiting for Monday so that they can go back to school.
We just have to adjust, because come rain or sun, our children must go to school. That is the reason why we are suffering. Because if not, our children won't be suffering like this. So we need to make preparation for them. Things are expensive, but we must buy them.
My own side, because I'm not seeing some readiness on them. So I won't think they are still carrying the up to now. They've not even prepared, you know. But what I will advise is that the school proprietors and the directors, they should go ahead and prepare their school, make it available and ready for children to start. When they resume on Monday, it should be easier for them.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagmo, ITV News.
To political matters, where some political parties have expressed their willingness to participate in the forthcoming Edo State local government elections. As Jonah Omorowa reports that leaders of the parties says they are confident of victory at the polls.
Local government elections are crucial as they directly shape daily life through decision on essential services such as education, road infrastructure, and public safety. They also foster democratic accountability by empowering citizens to choose their local leaders and ensure effective management of local budgets and policies, which are fundamental to community governance and development. Speaking on their level of preparedness ahead of the Edo State local government elections, the Labour Party State Chairman Elizabeth Ativie, the State Chairman of the African Democratic Congress, Ken Odion, and the Publicity Secretary of All Progressive Congress, APC, Barrister Peter Wadia, said their parties are already making adequate preparations to participate in the polls.
Well prepared, you know, Labour Party is the party to beat in this country. As we speak, Labour Party is one party that doesn't have any stain at all.
We are prepared to contest the election and possibly win all the election, because if you check the atmosphere politically now, and you discover that our party is the most trendy political party you can talk about.
Prior to the time that ESEC fixed the elections, we are more than ready, more than prepared, and more than serious about the elections.
They called on the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission to provide a level playing field for all political parties in order to enhance public trust and confidence in the electoral process.
My advice to ESEC is that they should play the games according to the rules. They should not obey external influence. so that Nigeria will start to respect them.
We don't have confidence that they are going to conduct that election as stipulated.
Meanwhile, EDSEC had announced July 11 as the date for the conduct of the local government elections across the state. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The recent protest by some medical doctors in Edo State against kidnapping of doctors and insecurity have continued to attract reactions. Guest on a current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria, condemned increasing cases of kidnapping and crimes in Edo State and the country in general, as Jolade Ojo brings in details.
The two guests, Dr. Royal Ayemere and Dr. Emeka Ekuga, on Thursday appealed to both the federal government and the Edo State government to adopt new strategies to tackle insecurity in the country. Speaking on the issue of insecurity and governance challenges in Nigeria, the guests emphasized that the recent protest against the kidnapping of medical doctors in Edo State should serve as a wake-up call for the government to act swiftly. They noted that the rising wave of kidnappings and other security threats across the country poses a serious challenge to public safety and the delivery of essential services. Dr. Ayemere and Dr. Ekuga urged authorities to implement prompt, practical, and community-driven measures to protect citizens and restore public confidence.
Reality on ground shows, sir, the taxes Nigerians are paying is going up. Salary earners' wages is very low. People are angry. People are hungry. People graduate from school, no job. Somebody graduate from school, managed to get a job, is being kidnapped and shot dead. Then, what do you expect? The average Nigerian is giving up hope for this country.
What stopped you as a government to say, in this very community, let there be an SSA, Senior Special Assistant, or Special Assistant, as regard to security today? And when you do this in each of the communities, the special advisor or senior special assistant or special assistant will come back to you and say, my community was peaceful yesterday.
From Benin, Chola Diojo, ITV News.
Football enthusiasts in Benin City have appealed to relevant authorities to fast-track the Super Eagles bonus allowance payment. They expressed concern over the delay in the payment of bonus allowances owed to Nigeria's Super Eagles player. Joy Obaresiagmo has the details.
The Super Eagles players and members of the coaching crew have reportedly refused to train or travel to Marrakesh ahead of their African Cup of Nations quarter-final match against Algeria over unpaid win bonuses from 4 previous matches. According to reports, the players and officials insist that the bonuses should have been settled before the encounter. However, the federal government has intervened, announcing that the Super Eagles match bonuses have passed the necessary regulatory stages and will soon reflect in the players' domiciliary accounts. While some Edo residents believe that football unites Nigerians and that the Super Eagles should continue to play, others insist the players deserve to be fully remunerated before the quarter-final match. They appealed to relevant authorities to hasten the payment of the allowances to boost the morale of the players.
If you play first time, second time, third time, not pay. If you see them for pitch, they don't play well. That kills their morale. I will advise the government to pay them, and before that match, we try and pay the players.
And as a patriotic Nigerian, I say please, I beg, more than no fall our hand, I beg, more than help us, more than still play. At least, this is one of the things that still keeps us going as a nation.
Nigeria as a whole, we are not responsible for the payment that is being owed. You know, this is the time to make Nigeria happy.
I'm sure they are hearing what they want. People are hearing it and it's all going. But they have to, of course, go ahead with the match because they are working for Nigerians.
The situation continues to attract public attention as Nigerians await how the matter will be resolved ahead of the crucial match against Algeria. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagmo, ITV News.
We're going to break on the network news. The news continues shortly. Stay with us. And thank you for staying with us on the Network News. And moving on, where the Edo State Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project, LPRES, has successfully conducted a public bid for major livestock infrastructures and interventions, reaffirming its commitment to transparency, accountability, and value for money in public procurement, as well as aimed at strengthening productivity and resilience across Edo State. The report, filing by Emmanuel Akbololoho, is presented by Momusa Ugiagbe. And Christians have been urged to place absolute trust in God in order to overcome challenges in the new year, as Pastor Abraham Okebie made the call during day 3 of the 2026 Benin City Christian Community Prayer tagged Universal Week of Prayers. Wednesday's prayer session was held at the United Baptist Church, number 45 Mission Road in Benin City. Wellington Akudeja has more.
Praise and worship filled the auditorium of the United Baptist Church on Mission Road, Benin City, as Christians from various denominations gathered in unity. The program, designed to foster Christian unity, attracted a retinue of religious ministers who converged to pray for the land and the nation. In a sermon tagged Hope in the Lord, Pastor Abraham Okewe urged Christians to remain hopeful in their mindset, desires, expectations, and motivation for greatness. He expressed optimism that 2026 would be a blessed year for Nigerians and encouraged Christians to embrace unity.
Coming together to pray like this every year is a force, is power. And there shall always be results in Jesus' name.
The host, Archbishop Osama Oswalele, alongside other clergy, commended the management of the Benin Christian community for bringing Christians together in prayers.
Our trust should continue to be in this God. And then in this program, we prayed for peace. Peace in the land, peace in the nation.
My advice to Christians is they should unite. They should shun defending titles and self. The church does not belong to anybody.
Whatever thing that have been stolen from us by the enemies, God is going to restore it back to us in 1,000-fold.
Coming to Universal Week of Prayer, I am blessed and I thank God that I participated.
The General Superintendent Emeritus of CACGM, Apostle Gospel Obon, and other senior men of God were also present at the service. From Benin, Wellington Akodeja, ITV News.
Ite Village in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State hereby alerts the general public, particularly estate developers, property buyers, and real estate practitioners, of the ongoing land-related fraud in Ite Village, as Deborah Ogbefun finds in the details.
Ite Village in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State equivocally noted that Pinnacle Builders, Homes and Properties, whose office is located at 2nd East Circular Road, Benekbenekme Junction, Benin City, or any other estate developer, is not the owner of the parcels of land located in Ite Village, where Pinnacle Builders has mounted signboards and other office paraphernalia. A statement issued by the solicitors of the community, Odia Osatohame Agboyosa Law Firm, clarifies that the land, measuring approximately 50 hectares together with adjoining lands, currently spuriously and mischievously claimed by Pinnacle Builders land, which they have illegally surveyed and branded with their company signboards, form integral parts of the communal land. These lands were duly reserved for schools, markets, and other community development projects intended for the benefits of the indigents of the village. It's a village further stated that information reaching the Okao and Council of Elders reveals that the suspended and removed Okageli, Mr. Amend Asamota, in collaboration with some dissident elements within the community, masterminded the illegal sale of its communal land to Pinnacle Builders without the authorization, consent, or knowledge of Okao of a village of the Community Plot Allotment Committee. Subsequently, the general public is hereby formally warned of existence of a monumental into land fraud and is strongly advised not to engage in any land transactions whatsoever with Pinnacle Builders Homes and Properties or any of its agents concerning land in the village. The community emphasized that any individual, group, or organization that proceeds to transact on these lands after this public notice and caveat does so at their own risk, as such action amounts to buying into litigation. In Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
And still on communal matters, where the leadership of Evo Iyamu community in Ohunde local government area of Edo State has pledged and placed an immediate ban on the sales of community land, as William Siyama finds in the details.
A statement signed by the Secretary, Evo Iyamu Community, Ohunde local government area, Dickin Samson Egugi, warned members of the public that the land being advertised and allegedly sold in Evo Iyari belongs to Evo Iyamu community. The statement explains that the said land is no longer available for sale to individuals, groups, or corporate farmers. According to the statement, any transactions involving community land are unauthorized and will be considered null and void. It cautioned individuals or groups engaging in land transactions within the community do so at their own risk and will face litigation. The community therefore advised stakeholders, potential buyers, developers, and corporate farmers to refrain from engaging in any land dealings to avoid litigation. From Benin, William Siyama, ITV News.
Mr. Monday Ayamehwe, who was recently accused by elders and youths of Uvyugi community in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State of threatening the peace of the area over land ownership claims, have denied the allegation. Mr. Ayamehwe made his position known through his lawyer, Barrister Dele Igbenedion, who described the accusations as false and misleading and called on the Oba of Benin and the Edo State government to institute a thorough investigation into the competing claims. Jolade Ojo has more.
It would be recalled that elders and youth of Oviogi community had alleged that Mr. Ayamekwe had since 2017 instigated unrest over land ownership issues and engaged thugs, claims they said resulted in loss of lives. Reacting to the allegations, Mr. Ayamekwe, through his counsel, Barrister Dele Igbenedion, refuted the claims in strong terms. According to the lawyer, his client has since 2011 consistently sought legal redress by drawing attention to alleged land encroachment involving lands said to belong to the Oba of Benin and the Edo State government, as well as several personal land disputes involving the Oviogi community. Barrister Igbenedion further stated that Mr. Ayamekwe has obtained favorable judgments in court.
Every time they come to court to contest our client's ownership of land, our client will always defeat them. Because you are a community, you cannot just come up and jump on somebody's land and say, this land is our own. And if the man now protests that no, this land is not your own, in our client's case, they banished him from the community. You people took the land of the Oba. My client challenged you. You took my client to court. Oyoge Primary School land, which is government land, they sold the back to several people who have built houses on it. These same people now who have taken not only the Oba's land, but the government land, are now the one begging the government to come and help them against my client.
He said the most recent case, which triggered the accusations, followed the alleged sale of his client's land by some youth of the community, adding that Mr. Ayamekwe was unlawfully detained while pursuing legal action.
The community youth brought police to come and arrest our client from his own land. Our client got to the police station and brought documents to show that he is the one that sued people who were trespassing on his land. Instead of the police to now charge Ige, they charge our client for conduct likely to cause breach of the peace.
Barrister Igbenedion called for an impartial investigation to resolve the dispute and safeguard his client's peace and rights. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
You're still on to the ITV main news, broadcasting live on independent television. Time for another break to bring you more stories. After the break, you stay with us. And thank you so much for staying with us on the ITV main news tonight. And moving on, in Rivers State, South Nigeria, where the Rivers State House of Assembly has begun impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odo. As Ikaro Wata reports that the proceedings started during Thursday's plenary presided over by the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Martins Amewele, and the Majority Leader, Major Jack, read out the notice of allegations and gross misconduct against Governor Fubara.
For over 2 weeks now, all eyes have been on Rivers State as the FCT minister and immediate past governor of the state, Nyesom Wike, commenced a massive campaign to stop the anticipated re-election of the governor Siminalayi Fubara, who defected to the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. Thursday morning, the nation woke up to the news that the State House of Assembly summoned an emergency session and commenced impeachment proceedings against the governor. The majority leader, Major Jack, read out the notice of allegation and gross misconduct against the governor after and laid his notice before the speaker. The deputy leader of the House, Leader Stewart, also brought forward a notice of gross misconduct against the state deputy governor, Ngozi Odo.
That His Excellency Siminalayi Fubara, GFS, Governor of Rivers State, violated Section 122 of the Constitution and by authorizing expenditure from the consolidation.
Making a request for screening to persons other than the legitimate Rivers State House of Assembly.
Responding, the Speaker of the House of Assembly says the notice will be served on Governor Fubara and his deputy within the next 7 days, accusing the governor of destroying the state.
Siminalayi Fubara is a mistake. He is a mistake. Rivers State has never had it this bad. In the entire Nigeria, Siminalayi Fubara and Professor Ngozi Odo, these are the only two people in the office at the sub-national level that are yet to present 2026 appropriation bill. The entire country.
26 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly signed the notice, which they allege contained gross violation committed by Governor Fubara and his deputy. This impeachment move, according to the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, is the third since Governor Sim Fubara assumed office. For some, Fubara is evolving as the cat with 9 lives. But at this time, when the political godfather of Rivers State and FCT minister Nyesom Wike is badly enraged, the question is, would Fubara survive this or go down in history as one that was removed by his political mentor? Certainly, only time will tell. Ikaro Ata, ITV News.
As part of efforts to unseat President Bola Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress APC in the 2027 general election, the African Democratic Congress ADC is reviewing its constitution to ensure full participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The national chairman of the party, Senator David Mark, on Thursday in Abuja, inaugurates the party's Constitution Review Committee to actualize these objectives. Our political correspondent, Joseph Kadri, has details.
At the inauguration of the 22-member Constitution Review Committee, the national chairman of the Africa Democratic Congress, ADC, Senator David Mark, says that the exercise reflects the party's commitment to deepening internal democracy, cohesion, transparency, and effective governance. He explains that the review aims to reflect current realities and align the party's constitution with global democratic best practices, with the ultimate aim of winning 2027 general elections.
This exercise is not about changing principles. It is about strengthening the existing principles. It is about ensuring clarity, ensuring fairness,
and deliver on its mandate within the stipulated time.
We will pay attention to the kind of things that fair-minded Nigerians and good citizens would like to see in a party constitution. The kind of things that if people saw in the constitution, they would say, I would like to belong to that party.
The committee has clear terms of reference, including the review of party structures, electoral and disciplinary processes, and compliance with relevant laws, and is mandated to submit its report within 30 days to strengthen the party ahead of future elections. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
Let's take you now to Oyo State, southwestern Nigeria, where Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has assured residents of the state that those behind the attack and killing of 5 forest guards will face justice. Makinde, who stated this on his Facebook page, also condemned the attack and appealed to residents to remain calm as investigations continue to unravel those behind the dastardly act. He lamented the incidents by bandits at the National Park office in Oloka village, which resulted in the death of 5 National Park Service Forest Guard officers, describing it as one too many. He said it is a devastating loss of the lives of personnel in the course of carrying out their lawful duties. Makinde assured that the perpetrators of the crime would be brought to book. The governor further noted that preliminary investigations by the security agencies indicated that the incident was a cross-border attack carried out by bandits. And to Benue State, North Central, where gunmen suspected to be herdsmen launched another attack on the Udeku Mavia community in Mbakiol Council Ward in Turan district of Kwande local government area of Benue State, killing 5 people. According to local sources, the attack occurred while residents were still harvesting yams and bambara nuts from their farms. The attack, according to one of the locals who simply identified as a tenor, disrupted activities in the community. When contacted, the chairman of Kwande local government area, Yeshua Yakwan, confirmed the killing. He said that the attackers did not immediately withdraw after the assault, which he said caused tension in the area in Yakwan, who described the area as vulnerable borders area that shares an international boundary with Cameroon, lamented that the terrain complicated security operations. He said that the continued attacks during the harvest season threatened food security. Also confirming the incident, a former supervisory councillor in the local government area, Akerigba Lawrence, described the constant assault on the community. He stated that residents of the community constantly face sustained attack and destruction of crops, homes, and economic trees, as well as restricted access to water sources. The fresh attack on farmers has triggered concerns over the influx of armed herdsmen and herders in Benue communities, which always happened during the dry season. The Delta State Police Command has recorded a major breakthrough in the fight against kidnapping, armed robbery, and the proliferation of illegal firearms, arresting key suspects and recovering high-grade weapons across Delta, Bayelsa, and Rivers states. The Commissioner of Police in Delta State, Mr. Aino Adeshola, disclosed this on Wednesday during a press briefing in Asaba, the Delta State capital, where he reassured residents of the command's unwavering commitment to tackling violent crimes and restoring public confidence and security across the state. According to the police commissioner, the success followed sustained and intelligence-driven operations by CP Special Assignment Team acting on credible information about the notorious interstate kidnapping and armed robbery syndicate terrorizing communities in the Niger Delta region. He added that further search led to the recovery of 1 K2 rifle, 49 rounds of live ammunition, 3 K2 magazines and 1 pump-action gun and 32 live cartridges. Police authorities said that the suspect remains in custody and is providing further information to aid ongoing investigations aimed at dismantling the entire criminal network. In a related development, operatives of the CPSAT also foiled an illegal arms transaction in Ughelli town in Delta State, acting on credible intelligence. The police carried out a sting operation at around 7:15 p.m. at Uvieta Street in Ughelli, arresting 3 suspects allegedly involved in the deal. Recovered during the operation were 1 pop-action gun and the sum of 280,000 naira said to be part of payment for the illegal arms transaction. Commissioner Adeshola warned criminals operating within and outside Delta State to abandon crime or face the full weight of the law, stressing that the command would sustain aggressive intelligence-led policing in collaboration with sister security agencies. We'll take another break on the news tonight to bring you more reports after the break. Do stay with us. Thank you so much for staying tuned still on the news tonight. Let's now bring you business news, where U.S. President Donald Trump has withdrawn the U.S. from dozens of international organizations, including many that work to combat climate change. Among the 66 groups, nearly half of them are bodies of the United Nations, including the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, a treaty that underpins all international efforts to combat global warming. The White House said that the decision was taken because those entities no longer serve American interests and promote ineffective or hostile agendas. Trump has already stripped many international multilateral organizations he dislikes of funds and previously rejected the scientific consensus of man-made climate change as a hoax. The memorandum was signed on Wednesday after a review into courses that the White House said were a waste of taxpayers' dollars. Why the U.S. constitutions allow presidents to join treaties provided 2/3 of senators present which concord. It does not specify what happens if they were to be withdrawn, which means Trump's move could face legal challenges. On entertainment, where reality television star Spencer Pratt has launched campaign for mayors of Los Angeles, vowing to expose the system. His long-shot bid for the city hall comes on the anniversary of a wildfire that destroyed his home and became one of California's most destructive blazes on record. Pratt, 42, made the announcement while speaking at the Let Us Burn rally organized by residents who lost houses in the Palisades fire. The protest marked a year since the fire ignited in the Pacific Palisades on January 7, 2025, tearing through the wealthy coastal community tucked between the Santa Monica Mountains and the Pacific Ocean. Another blaze, the Ayrton fire, sparked hours later on the other side of the city. In total, 31 people were killed and more than 16,000 homes and businesses were destroyed. He and his wife, former reality TV star Heather Montag, lost their Pacific Palisades home in the fire. Pratt has since emerged as a vocal critic on Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and California Governor Gavin Newsom over the handling of the disaster. Pratt rose to fame in the mid-2000s as a cast member on MTV's Laguna Beach and a spin-off, The Hills, where his relationship with Montag became a central storyline. The couple wed in the year 2008 and have 2 children. They later appeared on I Am a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and the UK edition of Celebrity Big Brother. And to the exciting weather sports where holders Barcelona trashed Athletic Club to reach the Spanish Super Cup final in Saudi Arabia. The 15-time winner scored 4 goals in 16 minutes to put the game beyond doubt at half-time, making Barcelona the first team in history to score 4 first-half goals in a Spanish Super Cup semi-finals. Ferran Torres opened the scoring before Fermin Lopez hammered a shot into the top corner. Ronnie Bardigan's fierce strike in Rafinha's fired a shot into the roof of the net and gave Barcelona an unassailable lead after 38 minutes. Rafinha claimed his second goal to make it 5-0 4 minutes after the restart with Simon Helpless. The final will take place on Sunday, and Barcelona will face either Real Madrid or Atletico Madrid. And that's the size of our package on the ITV News for tonight. On behalf of everyone here, we want to thank you for investing your quality time with us on the news. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. Do have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV,
certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival, with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes. This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Good afternoon, happy new year, because this is my first time this year with you. It's always an exciting time on the current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Osamudiame Agbolao. It's always a delight to have you on the program. I must tell you that this new year is promising. This new year has a lot in the offing, and by the grace of God, it will be a good year. I have in the studio a very, very reputable clergyman, an entrepreneur, and also an educationist, Dr. Royal Ayemere. Happy New Year, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Same to you, sir.
Yeah,
good afternoon, viewers.
Welcome to the studio today.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a delight to have you in the studio.
Thank you, sir.
So, I must admit that to Today's topic is very crucial because the way you start a new year determines how the year will be.
That's right.
And I must tell you that only yesterday, that's on Wednesday, doctors, NMA precisely, took to the streets to protest against kidnapping of a medical doctor, kidnapping of Nigerians, and of course, making the work environment very unsafe for them. They've given ultimatum, and it's very disturbing that crime seems to be on the increase, even in Edo State. So we are looking at how can we solve this problem. And I know that Dr. Emere has a lot to offer. We'll be discussing it. We need to solve this problem. The youths need to be given opportunities to do well. The youths need to be encouraged. They need to be given jobs. They need to be given opportunities so that they'll be engaged. The youths have a lot in their brains. They need to be given a very conducive, level playing ground so that they can strive, they can do well, because they are the future leaders. Well, I'm not to do the talking. Dr. Royal, it's very disturbing when the doctors took to the streets yesterday to protest against the kidnapping of their colleague and the death of one of their colleagues in Edo North. It was very, very pathetic.
Yes, it's so sad that we have found ourselves in such a precarious situation as a nation and as a state, because, you know, when we started talking here, people feel that, oh, these people are jobless. People, they don't know what they are saying. And you see, it has gotten to a level where everybody is bothered now. Yes. Because even the high and the mighty, nobody is safe. Okay. I know for sure that these hoodlums and these agents of darkness, if they have their way, they'll be hijacking plane at in the sky. But because maybe they don't have technology for that yet, you could see that the escalation of these barbaric acts is alarming. And I think it is not the time to tell government to wake up. This is the time to tell Nigerians to wake up. Okay. It's not just government alone that will fight it. It's not just only security men alone that will fight it. Everybody, all hands needs to be on deck, because we can't sleep now and with our eyes closed. Everywhere, every corner, Abuja, Benin, Ekpoma, Auchi, everywhere, he's everywhere. You see, the other day, I'm a pastor. Yes. I belong to Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Yes. And the other day, some of our pastors were kidnapped. And they were demanding 50 million per person. Where would they get such an amount of money? Because, you know, when people who have been making money from this, they have friends that they discuss with. They have neighbors they discuss with. Oh, you see, this is the business we're into. This is what we make. This is what we make. It has a way of motivating people to say, okay, show me how you do it. That's what we see. Because if the people who sponsor these people, who are behind these people, are brought to book, I'm very sure in no distant time, this matter of this kidnapping and all, it will die down. Okay. And I think government should also wake up, because when people do not have alternative to survive, crime becomes an option. Yeah, but I think we should have a direct message for His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, because doctors in Edo State protested on Wednesday. They took to the streets, and they are threatening to down tools if the environment is not rejigged in their favor. If a conducive environment is not created for medical doctors to operate, because for a medical doctor to have been kidnapped and to have died in the den of kidnappers is very pathetic. Look at the number of years that individual spent in the university to acquire formal education, to acquire medical training, very rigorous training. To even gain admission through JAMB to read medicine is difficult. So for that individual to have gone through that, gain admission, acquired medical training,
and his life just wasted like that. If doctors are not protected, who will now treat the people? Who will now take care of the health of the people? So that protest yesterday, on Wednesday precisely, by medical doctors is very germane, and it's a wake-up call to His Excellency the Governor of Edo State. Probably maybe something needs to be done about the security architecture in Edo State. The vigilantes need to be encouraged, need to be equipped more. Maybe we need to give them technological gadgets that they can use. Dr. Ayemere, now if doctors are complaining, if they down tools, that would be a big problem for the health sector.
Yes, I know. I was coming to that.
Yes.
You see, it's so unfortunate that life being wasted, that have gone through so much process to get to that point. But you see, the reason the doctors are complaining is because it has gotten to them now. A lot of people have been complaining. A lot of people have been kidnapped. But I'm not saying what was done was right. Yeah. The protest is a wake-up call that every one of us should wake up. You see, I sympathize with the Nigerian Medical Association, and I sympathize with the family of the deceased. But you see, I think where we are now, this is not just a job for security personnel alone, like I said. It is a job for Nigerians. And I think, like what you said, the local vigilantes. Yes. Because I have been canvassing in this studio. We are overdue for state policing. Because the number of police that we have in Nigeria, the last time I checked, it was, I think the figures we got was that it's 400,000. And inside this 400,000 to police about 200-something million people, there's only a shortfall. And this 400,000, you have private police, people who follow big men, who follow companies, and the rest of us. So maybe the ones left may just be 100,000.
Now, but we don't really have the statistics data to really ascertain.
Go to some police stations and see how many police officers will you find there. So we have been clamoring here. I have been clamoring here for state police because we are overdue for it. This job has overwhelmed our Nigerian police force because they can't do beyond them. This is where we are now is the best they can offer. So I think the governor of Edo State, let's take a lead. I think Ondo State, there's what they call Amotekun there.
Yes.
You have another one in Lagos. You have different states bringing out. I think Kano just launched one about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Where they go to the bushes and the rest of that. They gave them training. The government trained them, armed them to join, to work with police and the rest of that. I think nothing stops Edo State.
Even the Amotek you just mentioned, they have acquired drones.
Yes.
For surveillance.
Yes.
For area surveillance.
Yes. So as it is, nothing stops Edo State government because if you look at these local vigilantes, they are very effective. When they were at work during Obaseki's regime, you could find out that kidnapping dropped drastically because even areas where policemen will not dare to enter, these vigilantes will enter. And collaborating with the police, we saw insecurity dropped drastically. I think it's that time the government look into that direction, bring these people up. And if it's to give them, if it's 1 month or 2 months training, quick training, let them be trained and let's deploy people. As a matter of fact, for me now, I think it should be any Nigerian that is 20 or 25 should be given security training so that at least let's know, let's be sensitive to our environment and let's work with the security operatives and let's get our environment secured.
Okay, we'll just take a break now, and when we return, we'll talk more about this very, very disturbing scenario in Edo State, in Nigeria, talking about the insecurity that has crippled socio-economic activities. Dr. Roya just mentioned the previous administration, the vigilantes then, we saw what they did. In this administration, we want to see an improvement on the previous administration. We shouldn't go back. We shouldn't decline. Rather, Edo State should move forward. We know that Governor Okpebholo really has the interests of the people at heart. The way he has made comments, the way he has spoken, but we want to see action. the people are not happy about the security situation in Edo State. So, Governor Okpebholo, the people are appealing to you. You need to do more in terms of security of Edo State. We'll talk more after this break.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Okay, it's a delight to have you back. It's a 60 Minutes Nigeria, the very, very wonderful program where we dissect national issues. So once again, Happy New Year to you. Just joining us is another very reputable clergyman, analyst, and a businessman as well, Dr. Emeka Ekuga. Nice to have you.
Thank you, Balago. You look sweet.
Thank you. You look good too.
Happy New Year, my brother.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Happy New Year, everyone viewing us in Nigeria and outside
Nigeria. We are supposed to be happy, but we are not happy because we started the program by mentioning the protest by the Nigerian Medical Association on Wednesday, protesting against kidnapping and issuing an ultimatum that if certain things are not done, they will down tools. If they down tools, the people will suffer. Because they are still working now. People still have problems with their health. Talk less of when they are eventually officially down tools. So, what's your take on this very disturbing insecurity that has resurfaced again? In Edo now, it's very disturbing. Edo North is terrible.
All right. Let me quickly say, the Bible says in everything we should give God thanks.
Okay.
Let me establish that first. So we need to be happy. And as much as we are alive and God is still in charge, we need to be happy. Unfortunately, our country is not something anybody should sleep and close eyes when it comes to insecurity. And it's not very peculiar only to Edo State. But there is an adage in my language that says, if you want to be fine outside, first and foremost, be fine inside your own house. Let me put it the way it is in Igbo language. You're from house fine before you go outside. Okay. So we talk of our own. And let me still appreciate the government on what they have been doing in the past. But every country, every state, every nation wants better things. Insecurity, like I said, is not just very peculiar to Edo State. It is everywhere. And the government supposed to be in forefront to make sure, according to the Constitution, they swore that their duty is to protect life and property. Is what is expected. Whether the governor knows about it, the government knows about it or not, everybody must be pointing hand on him because he's #1 security officer of a state. In Edo State particularly, everybody will talk about Senator Mondo Okpebholo, whether he hears it, whether he knows it or not. He has a commissioner on security. He has a special advisor on security. Then he has other supportive security agents in the state. The Nigerian Army is there, the Nigerian Police is there, the Nigerian Navy is there. You also go down, you talk about the vigilantes, you talk about the Civil Defense Corps. These are security personnel, and it is his duty. I, in 1, 2, 3 occasions, have noticed him call the security chiefs of the state. I don't think he called security chief of the state to begin to party. He called them to fashion a way how the state can be at peace. Of course, what we've seen in most states as regarding security is now a cankerworm. What we see in Nigeria at large, the nation at large, regarding to security, is a thing that everybody is afraid, including the elect. Everybody is afraid. So, from the federal, measures to be put in place. Serious measures should be put in place. The medical doctors want to down tools. They have given
78
hours to the state governor as regard to insecurity and what befalls one of their colleagues, a very young boy of that matter, who have just come to start life. The question is, has the government been able to find out what killed the young man? Which set of people killed the young man? Why the blame goes to the governor is because a situation of this nature, he should be able to ravage what exactly happened with intelligent reports. When things like this are happening, he will not just give a marching order. He should be able to call the security chiefs, and they should find that they should ravage out what exactly happened, which people carry out this very act, this very demonic and satanic act. And the chief security personnel following together or coming up together should be able to use the intelligent reports to say that it was exactly these henchmen that are going out, the evil henchmen, because not all the cattle rearers are wicked or killers, but these particular people that are always been taking blood, killing those they can, taking life they cannot give, they should be able to find out from them. Let me bring in an idea. I remembered a case of, is it Enugu State or Ebonyi State, something like that. The governor rolled out drones. The purpose of this was because of insecurity.
Yeah, drones.
Drones. And this is the most of the purpose of security votes.
Yeah, that was Enugu State.
Yes, Enugu State.
Yes.
Now, if other states, other governors has this insecurity as a serious threat to their state, they should go extra mile. They should go extra mile. The federal government, the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be able to say that a governor in a state do this. I give the governor in other states a marching order. How did he raise the money to do that? Raise the money in the same formula, because even the tax people pay in every state in this nation is enough to tackle this evil beasts called insecurity in the nation. Now, in Edo State in particular, if the medical doctors down tools, people will die more. People will die more. People are dying with one particular sickness or the other when they are at work. How much more when they are not there? And what is their anger? Their colleague was killed.
I want to see in the den of kidnappers.
One is in the den of kidnappers. And there is no security intelligence to find out where these people is to rescue them, or where the other person is. Not him only. We're only talking about the one we just had, and because the medical personnel are taking action. What about the ones you didn't hear?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
What about the ones you didn't hear?
Yes.
And who is talking about it? The common men in the communities are even afraid to come out because they don't know who is watching and who is hearing and who is giving information. There are informants everywhere as regard to this insecurity. Agbalawa, I must tell you the truth. Most cases, it is the boys in the community. And if you still look downward, you find out that when there is no job for these young boys, what do you expect? Government should also make every possible available channel to create more job opportunities. I heard from a side ear that even the vigilante are not being paid.
We'll talk about that, but that will be.
We need to.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. That will be after this break. But let me just quickly highlight an important fact that Dr. Emeka Ekuga just brought to the fore, and that is Enugu State model. The acquisition, Enugu State government purchased drones. These drones is for surveillance. I think Edo State can also do that, where they will have a monitoring room. Most of our leaders, most public office holders, they travel abroad. Now, when you are in the UK and there's an emergency, there is a number you will dial. Once you dial that number, there will be emergency responders. Government have officials who will respond to your call. You tell them the problem, they tell those who are to rush there to rush to your place. Why can't we have that in Edo State? Why can't we have a monitoring room? Why can't we have drones? Drones that will be doing area surveillance? Why those in the monitoring room will be downloading the videos, the photos,
the information.
This is important. We're in a digital world. We don't have surveillance cameras at strategic locations, even in Benin City. Only yesterday, there was a news where the Akoko Edo chairman visited victims in the hospitals, different hospitals, where victims, a kidnap attempt that was foiled. We commend the Edo State Security Network for that wonderful job in Akoko Edo. They foiled it, but so many people were injured. If they have equipment, if they have digital surveillance equipment, it will help. We'll talk more after this break. Okay, so delight to have you back. The final lap of the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. We are really delighted that you are there enjoying your 60 minutes with us. This country actually deserves collective effort to reposition it. But we cannot shy away from the fact that the day a governor is sworn in, he has taken an oath of allegiance. He has pledged to protect lives and property. In Edo State, it is very disturbing what is happening now. We know that Governor Monday Okpebholo has publicly assured the Edo people of better welfare, of improvement in living standard. That's the reason he's doing a flyover at Ikpoba Hill. He's doing another flyover at Adesowa Junction. This is a governor that has promised the people improvement in welfare. But Mr. Governor, the people cannot enjoy welfare when there's insecurity. It means that a lot need to be done to rejig the security architecture. My guest, Dr. Roya, talked about the need for state police. I know that he's our both state governor, but this issue of vigilantes is just a way out. Vigilantes should be paid. We've seen what happened to EXMA by the previous administration. EXMA is just like, each official in EXMA is like a civil servant. He earns salary. Vigilantes should be paid. They should be encouraged. They should not be made to be depending on one of Kagele or one community Noge to survive. No. The state government must have a structure, salaries for vigilantes, so that they will be accountable. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. Dr. Roya, I believe that this issue of salary for vigilantes is a must.
It's long overdue.
Okay.
Because you can't expect people, sir,
yes,
who are with arms to be on the streets. Our weather is so hot. They'll be under the sun from morning to evening, and they are with arms, and they are not paid. An angry man, for God's sake, a hungry man, for God's sake, is an angry man. And he's with arms. He's hungry. No payment from any quarter. It's just for him to arrange with one or two. What we are saying now, it could also be a factor to what it is, to where we are. The problem in this nation, see, sir, is beyond talking on paper. Because we see federal government coming out, inflation rate has dropped, GDP has grown, this and that. This is paper talk. Reality on ground shows, sir.
Yes.
The taxes Nigerians are paying is going up. Salary earners' wages is very low. Look at the reality on ground. People are angry. People are hungry. No job. People graduate from school, no job. Somebody graduate from school, managed to get a job, is being kidnapped and shot dead. Then, what do you expect? The average Nigerian is like he has given up for this country.
Is that the reason for Jakpa traveling out of Nigeria?
That is it, sir. That is it, sir. Because these politicians, most of the politicians, where are their children? See, I can tell you for free, as we approach the election, you will discover, sir, that the insecurity will drastically drop. Because there are people behind it. Because they will tell them, relax, let's conduct the election. The atmosphere will be calm. President Goodluck Jonathan said, let's extend the election by 2 weeks. Let's curb some things. The insecurity then, it came down. Sir, if we must fight this, it's not about governor or no governor. Everybody must come together. This matter, government should wake up. Government must be sincere that, hey, these vigilantes that are working, how can you expect a man to be working and is not being paid? Will it not be?
We are going to investigate that. This issue of vigilante.
It is a fact.
We have to get information on this salary thing.
It is a fact. They are not being paid. I mean, even the police, are they being paid properly?
We've seen increase in police salaries and promotions.
Leave that thing. As a police officer, the uniform you are recruited with, that's what government gives to you. They are the one to get their boots. They are the one to get their uniform. Go to police station in the evening. They don't have petrol to power gen. They have to use torchlight, light from phone, to write and do all that is. Go and check.
Whereas we can even install solar facilities in police stations nationwide.
So what we are seeing, in fact, this is beyond even bringing vigilante. I said, boys from 25 years should be recruited. There are countries that are once you are 25 years old. That's what Ukraine is doing now. That's what Russia is doing now. There is a security in our country. Once you are 18, they recruit you. Yeah, take arm, defend your territory.
Doctor, if your son is 25 years now, and you see the way the country is going, and the federal government, they have been calling for recruitment. Will the boys go? When you see how your mates are being killed in the process, in the field, will you allow your child to go? The problem is that we've mixed it for long. The Nigerian government has missed the security of the people for long. It's no longer democracy. We're no longer democracy. Those days when we were in school, we found out it was the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. How many times have you seen a government call a town hall meeting in an open place and said, let the people that are the government, the people at the government, let them come. Let's decide how do we do this.
They do, sir.
I am not
during the election period.
Town hall meeting.
During election period.
I'm talking about during election.
But it should be a regular thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. After election.
You should understand what I'm saying. During election period.
I do.
We understand.
Now I'm not trying to stop you from your information, sir. But let me chip in this before it gets out of my memory. The government should find a way to bring the community leaders, the kings, the chiefs, like you mentioned the other time, the heads of communities. What do you call them?
Youth leaders.
Whatever, youth leaders. The government should go beyond saying, we have a town hall meeting, we don't know who attended and who did not attend. Like in Edo State, I want to encourage His Excellency, Senator Mondo Paulo, the governor of Edo State, to expand the focus on security to this angle.
Yes, that's to the youth leaders, in each community, known as Okagele, the Enoge, they are not all the Ojowe,
the kings.
In the entire state.
Mobilize them, bring them together. If we warrant you to go to Ogbe Stadium, where it will
accommodate all of them,
everybody, and as long as many that is within, the leaders of communities, I think insecurity will come down.
Because they will come and tell us what is happening in their communities. How can insecurity be tackled in their communities? You have a point because there. When Akoko Edo, what happened there was terrible. It was the Edo State Security Network that was able to fight the kidnappers that saved them from being kidnapped. And the Akoko Edo chairman visited those who were injured. Those who were injured in the different hospitals.
Yes. So if this focus goes beyond what we're seeing in city here, it will go a long way, honestly speaking, because most cases it is those in the house. Another adage I used to remember, my father used to tell me those days. He said it is the rat in the house that goes out to tell the one outside that
there's food
or feed or fish in the kitchen.
Yes.
Honestly speaking, in every kidnapping incident, there is an informant.
So that is where all these community leaders, youth leaders need to come in. How do we arrest this informant?
Yes, it's when you have these people, and you make create a welfare package for these community leaders. If there is no proper assignment given to them, what stops you as a government to say in this very community, let there be an SSA, senior special assistant, or special assistant, or special advisor in every community as regard to security today. And when you do this in each of the communities, the special advisor or senior special assistant or special assistant will come back to you and say, my community was peaceful yesterday. Align them up with the chief security details in your state, in Edo State. Like they report to the DPOs. DPOs goes to the area commanders. Area commanders go to the commissioner of police. Commissioner of police go to the assistant inspector general of police. Why assistant inspector general of police reports to the IG. IG in return goes back to the presidency. In the state, the commissioner reports to the governor. And when we have security reports in daily basics, we should be able to know how we can unravel situations. Those days I used to understand when they say red spot. There are red spots.
Hot spots.
Hot spots.
Black spots.
Black spots. When you are going, you should be able to know from here to here is dangerous. You should know the time and the hour you should pass so place.
Yes.
These informations put together will be able to help us to bring down security threats in the state, whether in the village. We look at it only within this state, in the town. What about in the villages where farmers cannot go to farm? Somebody should be involved. Somebody should. He has done a great job. For you to sleep and close eye well on Christmas season and New Year, there was no killing here, there was no killing here, it was an excellent, strong move by His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State. You understand what I mean? When they say court fight here, court fight there, court fight there, as soon as he come on board, he makes sure that didn't fly again in the state. Who are you to come out and say you be this? Your house will first go down. They will carry you drop one corner. Your father will not be happy to say that a house they labored for years with pension money and everything is being brought down. Nobody will be happy about that. And everybody now begin to say, no, even if you want to give somebody a house in your an apartment in your house, you will ask, where do you work? What do you do for a living? I hope you're not a cultist. And by the time you establish all this, you issue a house to somebody who is worth having a house in your house, or in your compound, or in your home. So what are we trying to say? Mr. Governor should go beyond bringing in only the chief, the security chiefs. I overheard my doctor talk about state policing. State policing is sort of the federal, and I think they're working towards that.
They need to be fast about it.
They're working towards that.
They need to be fast about it.
The vigilantes has been on ground to complement state police, but it's not enough. In the night, if you see them, if you are going home in the night in your community, You will see them block road with torchlight. People don't even obey them. And they don't send. Somebody will tell you, how will I go and risk my life when there is nothing attached to it? I'm not being paid. And they want me in the night. Many of them are trying. They will stand on the road in the middle of the night. And once it is around 9, 10, 11, they go house. So you've created the open doors for the evil men and women to begin.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emeka. We'll come back to you. Dr. Royal, now, just assume that Mr. Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo is listening to you now. Assume he's watching you now. You want to offer him advice, practical advice? What do you think he should do to quickly fix the situation on security?
Thank you. The first thing he will do is that, my first counsel to him is that these losses that he bought,
okay,
and then these security operatives, that the security architecture, he should call them and give them a marching order. I want this state to be calm. I want peace to be restored in the state. I'm very sure that if he gives that marching order, within 48 hours, our security men, they know what to do. They are Nigerians are intelligent people. In any structure, any field you find them, very intelligent people. They will deliver. That is that. I think another thing I will also say is that security should not be politicized. Should not be politicized. We should not play politics with security. Because what we find is that when you see somebody from the north being a DPO in an area is not familiar to, things like this can thrive. But if somebody from that community, I've always canvassed, let somebody from Edo State be the commissioner of police in Edo State. He knows the environment.
And you remember Pario Saende of blessed memory, how he was able to apprehend the enemy.
Yes.
You know, in those days.
Yes, he somebody from the state understands the terrain, knows the environment. If something happens, he knows the area to go to, he knows who to call and get the information. So the governor should not politicize security. And thirdly, our youth should be engaged positively. I know he's trying in that area. He has done a lot in that area, but we need more. Because even somebody from my own church has been recruited into his, this administration, one of the programs they did. But I think we need more. Our governor should focus on agriculture, because that is the powerhouse of employment, not these white-collar jobs. You can't take much persons. He should focus on job creation, because once our youth are engaged, I can hit my hand on my chest and tell you that insecurity will die naturally.
Thank you very much. Dr. Emeka Ekuga, advise the governor on what he should do to quickly fix the situation now, because we are going to conclude the program shortly.
Yeah, my first advice to His Excellency is to always be on ground in regard to these security threats in the state. He has been doing well. He has been trying his best, but he should go beyond only the chief security personnel. He should go beyond that. He should time to time call for security meetings of communities, engage the communities, and also, like a doctor said, give the security on ground a marching order. I saw him when he went to inspect the roads. He has contracted to contractors. He was bold enough to say, you guys are doing well. But
and he threatened to revoke some.
Yes, but some of you that are a kind of slacking in what you ought to do, look at what will happen to you. And you see then they wake up. So if you do same, he has the power to say, although federal government post commissioner, federal government post the commandant in the civil defense, federal government post the brigadier general in the
commandants,
the 4th brigade, or any of the brigades, that all now see the entire area. Now, if you give them a marching order, that I don't want to witness this, like what Mr. President have done a few days ago as regards, is it Zamfara or which other can't remember the state like that. He gave them a marching order and said, if you don't do this, I'm the chief security officer, I have what it takes to tell Mr. President, I don't need this person here. I think they will wake up to do more. They are trying. Security is trying. Security is about every one of us. If you see anything that is not good in your area, you report. And those you report, you should be able to protect you, not to sell you out and say that you bring the information. I think we will get it right.
Thank you very much. I must commend Dr. Royal Ayemere. Thank you for your time.
Yes,
and you've been able to actually outline important factors that can help the state governor to actually fix or tackle insecurity. I must also thank Dr. Emeka Ekuga. Thank you very much for the factors you've also aligned.
Yes,
but I must reiterate to our governor, distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, there's need for a situation room where it will be a digital room where they will monitor situation reports. We now have drones. We need to acquire drones. We need to acquire security cameras where the situation room will be linked to this apparatus. I don't know how they will do it, but those who know how to do it, who know IT, who are so good in AI, in technology and all that, they know what to do. You need to have a situation room. Then there's an emergency. There should be a number that can be called. In terms of security, I'm not saying fire disaster or no. In terms of maybe a crime scene, and that number will be accessible and there will be intervention. It will help. We don't want the doctors to go on strike as they have threatened. We need them. That's the show. Thanks for being a part of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Once again, Happy New Year to everyone. This year promises to bring out the best in you, to bring out the best for you. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
anytime when we say you see our face like this, it's not to make it seem better the way it's supposed to be. Now because we come, we show our face, then we come out again. We don't make sure say yes, everything go work out the way it be. The small time when we say remember, we go manage our way to make sure say everything work out for our program. We say yes, with the call, we draw out the heart of the matter. When I start yesterday, I start and say, we hear say for every 7 Nigerian, every 7 Nigerian youth, one of them if they use drugs. Because of that one, if they work out our streets these days, come like say the number of people that were be say they decrease, they don't plenty well. You come they ask say, waiting they happen. It not be like this before. This matter be say want to look. Waiting they cost and be say the number of people come they increase. What we go do to stop them, and what we feel say yes, say government instead supposed to do. Outside we won't be say we do. We get to people that won't be say we go come and they come put them for this matter, and not say yes, say they head sharp well for this kind of matter and make a go call them come. We get Pastor Dr. Edemuda Timothy Oame. Welcome to the program.
God bless you.
I greet you, my brother.
Thank you. You are welcome too. Thank you, sir.
My brother said, when we say yes, say welcome to it. If it's that they become a regular face here, no sir. Omoigi. Welcome to the program.
I greet everybody.
I greet you. Make us start with you, no, sir.
Yes.
They say for every 7 Nigerians, one of them they use drug. What is the cause of this kind of thing?
Well, first, Sado, I'm an academician. I don't give in easily to figures. Particularly when you talk, say, 1 out of every 7 Nigerians. If you narrow and down to youth or this, may I would daily be comfortable.
Okay.
I don't know where they get that figure from. So, but that notwithstanding, it is obvious, say, today, even what they use our IDC, the way human beings they behave now, you know, say, not be ordinary. I don't want to say Nigerians, but I want to say youth, because a class of people. Because if you count the number of people who are here now, we there more than 7, both in the studio here. I should say we all they behave well. Okay. We know they show sign of drugs.
Okay.
So, but if you say youth, yes. Yesterday, I told you some time ago here, say, I saw one guy carry lizard, up to about 10 lizard, a gamma lizard, fall down for hand, they walk out for street. Another young boy, see him, he can't stop, they look at. So you just hear that guy head correct. I'm not sure. Say he head correct to carry lizard, 7 lizard, a gamma lizard for hand.
Okay, but we know some people they craze on their own. Some people they get normal craze. People maybe inheritance for their family.
A craze not be too much hereditary. Okay. Now something they lead to run.
Okay.
You understand now? So now you they ask what did they cause them? A lot of things they cause abnormal behavior. And a lot of things they encourage them.
Okay.
People they use drug to make them do what they know if you do ordinarily. It is in the ordinary eye, somebody they carry gun, they shoot people, not the ordinary eye. And a lot of people they encourage them. In politics, if you are a big guy in politics, if you not get people who follow you, we go fit do rough thing. You never
for Nigerian politics.
For Nigerian politics, you never arrive.
Okay.
Because then they do dirty work, and not be ordinary eye they do them.
Okay.
The system they encourage them.
Okay, no wahala, because before today now different. The one with the grow they come. Now one now with the here, they call like Igbo. But these days, now it can't be like say different one how you go see. You go hear loud, you go hear cloud, you go hear red, you go hear tram, you go hear different kind of things. Because that one be say call the Igbo, and the one be say they take leaf, obviously they plant, take down. But these days now they say chemical, don't even they. Pastor, I want me to come up from there.
Yes, I believe, anyway, first of all, I greet everybody in the house. I am of the opinion that why they say every 7 Nigeria, I think the meaning is that drug don't they very common.
Okay.
People, when they use drug, they don't plenty. But not be only Nigeria problem. Now the world
problem.
But that woman talk and say, now when man marry plenty wives, every woman will drag himself for himself. So that why would they talk about Nigeria?
Because we day here, we are talking about our country. I believe many things, just like as Oga talk here, the environment we live, the environment in Nigeria, where be say, if person seems say, be like say we know the environment, not they appreciate gentle people.
Okay.
They're not the quick maker. Okay. Now when you they do gra, now people they respect you, now you they quick they maker. Because even politicians will go look for who they do gra, make it come help them, recruit them, now then go be their people. And even in school, you see a lot of students because they join court. And just as Oga talk, a lot of things when you not feel do with your normal eye, you need to take something so that you go shark. So because of this, people they take drugs, youth they take, different people they take drugs so that their head go come up for road. They go do
that level.
Yeah, they go drill that level and do what they're not supposed to do naturally. You see some of them carry wood for ring road everywhere. Then they beat driver, they collect money from them. Okay. Now drug that they take to do all that. Okay. So the environment, they support people when they be jaguda, when they do gra, and a drug that they take
you see, they say business when they pay, not people they invest in. So maybe some people don't say, just like now to talk now, say all the gra thing when they do it, they pay them. Yes. And make them say because they ask one small boy the other day, if you grow up, what you won't be, you can't want to talk when be say they for their area. The guy don't get money over and everything. Now I call the talk. They say what be like and because he get motor, get everything for just less than about 12 years. No one parents ask her. So where will they get her wrong? Is it that the society now they encourage them, or because you just say maybe some big men they encourage her, that kind of thing. Well, the big men they encourage her. They know they take her. Most of them know they take her. But they recruit these people that when we say they follow body. So where we can't get her wrong, where we say our people don't know, say yes, this kind of thing, it they damage their tomorrow.
And the truth not be say they don't know say this thing bad. I pick one packet of cigar last week. Very well clear, still stated. They put the picture of a heart of a smoker. Okay. How it did damage. They write up. Your heart can be like this if you are a smoker. You will die young. Packet of cigar. But that packet was empty. Now somebody finish them.
Okay.
You understand now? If they read them. Okay. Drug is dangerous to your head. People know. But the question will ask, why they take them?
Okay.
You talk around and say, if some people nobody they buy with you, they say, you know, go sell them. Yeah. Nobody they use what you do, no go sell them. The world is flooded with hard drugs. There are some countries now, with the here, for instance, what happened for Venezuela? Yeah. Why they go raid the man?
Why US go raid?
Where US go raid the man? Say the man
drug lord. Right?
Yeah, drug lord. It's like he said, it's global. Even though we are talking about our own. Now people they sell these things to our youth, to our people they buy them. Like I talk, majorly youth, not be adult.
Okay.
At this age where I did now, I don't need to take anything to do what I want to do.
Okay.
Even as youth, there are certain things. I was a time in this country I addressed the Minister of Energy, the late Tam David West, and it was carried in national news. People thought I was on drug. I was bold enough. So sometimes it's
so the drug and to make them bold.
Bold, yeah, to do what you couldn't do ordinarily.
Okay.
That is why after they do one, sometimes when they really did themselves, they'll come, they regret. You understand now? All these colos, and they hear the one that they call colos, molly, they take now. Sometimes when the person don't do normal, you will ask them what happened, not if he tell you. But the point is, who they sell these things? What the government don't do to monitor the people who they sell this hard drug for people?
Almost every day now they say NDLA catch some people, NDLA catch some other people. What would they grow? I only make reference to that time. people that when we see they would say Igbo, when we say it come on that time, or you know come on. When we say this thing, before we say they go say for somebody now, they feel look your face well. You don't understand? This kind of person, when people go put us for wahala, this one, that kind of thing. But this day you go see some people, both men they sell and women they sell and you go see they'll put cross bag for neck. You don't understand for them, they'll give us to anybody. Anybody when we say won't come, they just buy. Almost every street when we say yes, they for near you, you must get at least one shop or more when they sell these things them. And NDLA, it also says they fight. People go and talk and say, it be like say NDLA, they only fight this thing where. Let's say there are lots of people they enter, so they enter. I don't know whether that one correct.
But the truth is that everybody, a lot of people when they force, when they enforce the drug law, like NDLA, police, army, that they take them.
Okay.
So, and number two, all these bad things when they happen for Nigeria, if government want fight them, they know what to do. Policeman, NDLA officer, if he don't make money to build house down, if he come out, if he retire, he go to suffer.
Okay.
So he must get to work to get money to train the children and do something down, make it for not suffer. So now people when they do all this bad thing, now that they give them money.
Okay.
So this is where
you know, blame people when they give them, all the bad person when they take, because it takes two to tango. If you don't take, they're not gonna give you. No, they give you, you say you not gonna take.
I not gonna take when be say if you retire, he go suffer.
Okay.
They know they pay away. If government want fight this thing, justice system now hold a nation. Once they pay police well now, pay NDLA well, and let them know that maybe when you retire, you get 50% of your last pay as your monthly pension. Nobody will want to lose that one. They not go take their job play. They not go take cover. If they do that for law enforcement agent and judiciary, Nigeria done better.
Wait, nobody will corrupt. Because the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Where name be Abubakar Malami. So now they carry go court the other day. They say they see over 51 houses now to make it forfeit them to government. You don't understand? They look for over 200 or something billion naira HS to your hand. This is not a person when we say you get money and the rest. For you to rise to the position of Attorney General, to even make you a minister, and that means you don't try for yourself. So you feel say yes, now those people that when we say they collect 1 or 2 naira at the end of the day as a salary, now only them go for the point for that kind
the of environment, they never purge and waiting they do grow before they become minister, as they give them position, they will get to do it well. Because maybe I see
get to do it well.
Because I see they there, so maybe they hire to be governor.
Okay.
And you know, say in Nigeria, now money that they take buy
any position.
So it go gather and down. Now, but if the justice system now they feel stop them from corruption and the law enforcement agent,
when be the minister of justice,
Nigeria go better. Not be this one when the day now. The one when you do from beginning can reach where if or enter. So Nigeria now go look. A lot of things don't go bad. Once they start now and say if you get better pay, if you know say if you retire, you not go suffer. Because in the developed country like America, the way make people they do salary job now pension. Now there they enjoy. Once they do it in Nigeria now, you know say if you retire, you get what you go they enjoy, you not go suffer. Nobody will want to take today money and lose that longer. So everybody go maintain. You say if they catch you, you lose your job. You go see police go change.
Okay, we see all of this because we they talk about the law enforcement agencies. They when we say the fee say it's supposed to do. So people they accuse them, just like you said, they'll go there, they can't collect their own, they go come out. At the end of the day, you come and say this fight, you come like say it will not go fit to winner. If you be say yes, say the law enforcement agents, their hand not clean inside. That's why my brother talk because of say yes, they know they pay them well in quotes now. You don't understand? Now I mean they do that kind of thing. But we go ask the question now. We say, all these people they want to they come they sell them for almost every street when we say they for your environment. They know they see them, may they hold them. Are they asking?
Make I even give you an example. I sure you don't hear what they call monkey tail. You don't hear them before. You don't hear them before.
I don't hear them.
Monkey tail na Indian hemp. All those drugs they put inside the drink. I can tell you, say, plenty bar. Then they sell them. I sure say police.
And that one a hard drug.
It's hard drug. I'm telling you now. Police know. They know. They know the places. But how many they don't catch? And if they catch, what did they do to them? Let me tell you that the issue of drug is a big business, globally and locally. People they sell them, people they use them make money. Like in talk, people don't say money they there, but the consequence of it is what the people they make money, which is the nature of Nigeria. We are not interested on waiting to happen with people who take this thing, but how much do they make from it? Do you know that there are so many fake drink that is in circulation? Now people they produce them.
Okay, no, we'll come to all the those because we diverse, but we don't go where we say we will go. The program we say they listen to the program now with daughter, the heart of the matter. How they look the matter when we say concern our Nigerian youth and the use of drugs. What did they happen? What did they push them? How we will take stop and what we will free do to make sure we control. Now be what we will look. And my two brothers there. My name is Thomas Ado. We will continue after this break. Not go anywhere. Stay with us. Welcome back. We see the look at this matter when we say it concern our youth and this drug when we say they take. We see the cost. We don't see some of the things they want the cost. And we don't see it be like say people they won't be supposed to fight against them. They themselves they every day inside. According to our discussion, how they waka they go. You see one thing when we say una two agree on. We say some of these people they don't know the danger. When they say they inside to take these drugs and the rest, you know if we say there is supposed to be kind of thing when we say that they do to sensitize the people, to tell the world say this thing. For your own little side when we say you feel say government they do enough to sensitize the people on the dangers of taking drugs. Now I come with you, Pastor Wame.
Well, for this those states. I think this new government, when they come on board,
when they come about, when they just come into power. Don't over one year,
when they just come, by the time they just come into power, I see them go to GRA, they go raid some places. They yes, and they arrested a lot of people.
One you don't know for notorious thing. Royal Mabo there
around that area. They went there to raid people, and when we want to start our rehabilitation program for drug addicts, that the law put in our heart to take help people when don't get this problem of drug, we went to tell the government through the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. The commissioner represented the governor in that program, and they tell us say the thing they pain them, the way drug they destroy youth. And they are trying to see what they can do. They promise to partner with us to help people. But like as we talk for air now, we talk now, the awareness like through this media or you see this street or you see agency when they go, they talk to youth. I think it is low in our environment. It is low concerning. But on the other hand, I see some people they go to schools. In our small way, we desensitize people, let them know the danger of it. But say government agency, I never to see them. But I think there are some civil society too,
civil society
organizations who help to talk to some of these youths about the danger of
this sort of talk when you talk to them now when they don't. When they don't disability before they disability, they talk to them.
No, when they talk to young people, so that may they not put hand. But the place where we they build now, the people when the thing don't injure. You understand when you don't injure, and because they don't know the danger, they put hand, and they need help. And
I remember that time. I see you for television. I see you commissioner for women affairs there. Then BC that
Barrister BC.
So I see and there. Now represent
the governor.
So I want to find out for you now. With all of these ones now, are we saying the promise when government say they want to join now to fight this thing, to start the people and all of that, the promise no come hold water again?
But I'm not going to say no hold water. It go hold water.
Or you believe it go hold water?
Yes, on our part, we get where we want to reach before we tell government to put hand.
Okay.
And we are working seriously
on that. May I come to you, my brother? This is issue of sensitization. Because no matter what they happen, you go tell small people say, no go there. See person when be say he touch this thing when it be like small stone when they raise. So now fire that thing be you don't see say normal fire, but it sounds like they raise, don't touch them. Person when be say don't touch them before. See what he do and burn his hand and that kind of thing. In this case, they go say no touch her more and the rest. Now only talk you go talk to her. Abi? Well, the truth be say yes, he get what you call peer group. He get people there because also many agents of socialization. Some of them will be negative. Most of them be good negative at that kind of age than the positive one. How we go take address this type?
The something what they call stimuli for psychology. Stimuli now something like say you would show somebody say this thing if it happen this now what you go get. So for person who want fight drug matter, you need to flood the mind of the drug addict or potential drug addict with stimuli that will prompt his mind to say, true, na so it be, na so it be. Now, if you do that one, then the person, the society where they tell us, say, don't do this kind of thing, that person must not be seeing them doing it.
Okay.
Are you following now?
I do with you.
Because you first talk on one small pikin say he want be like that.
That brother
would did it. Why? Because he know say that brother they do anything they get away with them. One boy say he want become he think grow he want become a politician. Now they ask him say why? He say because politicians they make money. So everybody have a mindset where go show say now this kind of attitude in there. We have Nigerian Orientation, National Orientation Agency. We're supposed to
tell the world
so many things. Now, what work are they doing? And even if they are doing work, that work will fail because there are evidence of people who are doing these things and they are succeeding. I have one man, he's still living near my father's house many years ago. The man, they changed cigar with cigar.
No, that one now they call chain smoker.
Chain smoker. We talk. He said, my dear, the man is over 100 years now. And when you tell him or his brother that cigar will kill you,
you see my brother.
You see my brother is over 100 years old.
You never see that.
So he really need hard work. The church too, they are not happy with the situation. Because orientation, religious group,
houses,
religious group, because they have control over a large proportion of people. Preaching should not just be about money. How do you develop the heart and the mind of the people? Thank God we have. He's talking about what they are doing now.
Yes, that one God talk. Waiting you don't know. That's all they think of. All the youths in churches, they know the take drugs. I will tell you, 90% of Christian, the one where you know, Pentecostal churches. Now church, now save this country when you see people when they church, when they do Sunday school, when they go there, many of them instrumentalists,
you go say
on drugs.
You go say many of
them they don't take drugs. But what I think say Oga be one talk. As we did now, if you want to fight the issue of drug, if you tell somebody say drug no good, you try to help the person on to face what is good. Okay. And that is what church is doing. Now, if you go to Ring Road 10 o'clock in the night, some children they in a Ring Road that they sleep. From there, They go enter bus, conductor. After conductor, they will sleep for ring road. How they go take stop drop? Now there they sleep, now there be the house. So if government want to do something, all those people, they need help. And number two, this our environment, the way men, they born children, they abandon them for their mothers. If government not come in, the issue of then they lead to all those children, a lot of them are from abandoned home. It's not by force to marry, my brother, but it's by force to take care of the children. Because now you bring her come this world. If you say you hate a woman because of what the woman do, the pikin when are born together, take care of it. Government not come in, begin to throw all these men to prison. Who they abandon these women with these children. A lot of things not go right.
What about the women when they are abandoned?
They are very small. I'm a pastor. I did Benin here. That percentage of women when they leave children for men, they are very small. Men to the one men they do.
Okay.
You understand? And if they lead to all these things, those children they will get to fend for themselves. Are you hearing me? And in doing that, they will go to ring road. They follow bad gang, and they go to take drugs. They go want to frustration. They want to do a lot of things. So if government want come in, you see, a lot of this battle we are talking. If you don't fight them from beginning, you get that. It is Benin now. If you they go now, you see small children that they help to clean glass. That they help to government. They look them. Children when grow under sun and rain, and they can't grow. Which army training reach them? That is why Boko Haram they have to fight so, because they grow under hard condition. Now the thing will make us if they think of who go develop Nigeria, no be person will never develop in your place. You go sit down, they marry 12 years old pikin. They marry her to somebody. You go there. Then you want to develop other people when they say that they sell leave for market to train their children to university level. Development is a thing of the mind. So if we want to fight all this battle, we get to all these children, pick them away from the street. This one sleeping in the ring road, government should help. Take them to somewhere and let them, they will not do drug, but if they grow from ring road, they go learn to the key. Now the politician go to use. And
you know, allow me land.
No, you go land now. After Obisi will take this small break. Okay. I want to display our number there so that people will call into the program, because time no be our friend again. You don't tell me now say people don't they call. We never take any calls. So the number one we say we take call, we will display and there is 080 77 77 03 00 080 77 77 03 00. But after this break, before we see yourself before we start to take call, stay with us, not go anywhere. The program is the Waka they go, and the program Udota, the heart of the matter, and the reach from independent television. Maybe say they watch us. So before we take that break, just say yes.
I also because
he gets to the point this I believe,
and they affect your own constituency.
Okay. The politician be because the politician they could use that word constituency.
No, everybody get constituency.
Okay.
Now, family. As a social unit, get role to play for this matter. Because if you be father, your pikin come out for house, you don't know where he go. He come the next day, you know where, and you not talk. You know they sit them down, they tell them, waiting this life be. You go become tiger tomorrow. You go and join gang. You don't know who your pikin they go out with. You don't know who they follow the waka. Before you know it, they will call lion. So family get role to play, parents get role to play. Some of us go see some children, they walk out for road. Nobody they guide them, they just go. We are blaming government alone. The people they outside, I know people born them.
Because the first agent of socialization are the parents.
Exactly. So we need to
because our parents, they when we say yesterday, go to smoke for your parents.
Yes. We need to talk to our parents. Let them, now you born the children, take care of them. It's not about whether divorce now, you abandon them. So that is for parents. Then the society itself, we go change what we call our value system. Everything is about money. That is why is 419 increasing? Why is Yahoo increasing? Our young boys today, they want to make it overnight. When I finished, when I got a job many years ago in 1977, by 1978 and by 1986, we had federal government loan to buy car. The first car I bought, I had a loan of 3,800 naira.
When for one plate of meat now?
Not even one plate of meat now. So government has a role to play. The society get a role to play in making sure that all these vices, which you call vices, not continue.
All the babating.
All the babating not continue. How are you taking, like he said, what role is government playing to ensure that people don't take advantage of others?
Okay, no, well, I don't know a question when you ask, government now you ask. The number when you go call, now be that one, so make you call us, make you we hear from you, so we go know how you feel about this matter. What do you feel we're supposed to do to make us get better place, get better country? But in BC say all this kind of bad things, they're not go there inside, because whether we like them or not, we don't say some of these drugs when we say they take, then they push them, some of these people, they go do what they're not supposed to do. At the end of the day, so I say life, people life they cut short, people they die, and that kind of thing. Time no be our friend and that kind of thing. If we say make we advise ourselves now, advise the family, the father, advise the children, and advise government, how your advice go be. We'll take them before we'll take one or two courses.
Yes, for families, every parent should know that children means a lot to family, is their future. So they should encourage their children, advise their children not to put time for bad thing. May they not pursue money when they not reach. They should pursue, they should organize their life, lay foundation, and be content with anything they are. And they should like to work with their hand. They should not follow bad influence. That is when the father too not put hand, not they follow. Then, like the society, like the government, we talk about parents now, like Holy Cross Cathedral, the people when they there. Not be parents and children full that place. Right. In the morning they go spread, go everywhere. That is not the culture of Edo people. That's not our culture. To burn, drive them for street. So government should do something about it. If these children, our children, they school in the morning, they read, they write to become somebody. Sunday sun and rain, they clean motor, they live, and at the same country they go live. How one not go worry one? Government should do something about those children.
Okay.
So that all this, when they grow, the Bible says you should teach a child the way he should go, so that if he grow, he will not depart from it. So we should teach the society and show a good example. These children, help them, put them somewhere where they go grow, where they not go put time for bad thing, where they go know that all this drug they destroy. And also, they should encourage parents, may they not they born, they throw away, they run away, leave woman with 5 children, the man will go run, follow another woman. Government should arrest them and force them to take care of the children. If they not do, put them for prison.
Okay.
It will help.
Okay. No, we hear what you say, you talk. But if somebody give advice to the 3 sets of people now, 1 to the parents, to the children, and to government.
Your government. He don't talk some of them, but the truth be said, they say if you take horse to the river, you know if you force hand
to drink.
Yes. Make we dey work on statistics. We do what we call statistics, so that we get real figures.
But they tell you just now say statistics say 1 out of every 7. You say you don't know how that one.
Yeah, but we let we work. Yes, so that we know the exact thing that is really going on. You understand now? Then we set up rehabilitation center. We set up rehabilitation center. You understand now? We set up rehabilitation center. Like the church is trying to do something like that. But government should be more involved. So that anybody that is caught with that kind of thing, not just to send them to jail, take them to that reformatory center so that they will reform the person. You understand?
You see, talk about this rehabilitation center or reformative center, anyone will be saying, but center there at the end of, the whole thing. And Arrow 9 starts the two of them. When we say they say, because I know, say that time for you, you did do something that time for one community.
A Cubo community.
And that kind of thing. So for all of these people then, how somebody like you, it tend to run that kind of a place when we say, yes, say, we could get over, so many people there, over 200. Also, because of the car facility, when don't go there, don't take my ITC.
Cost implication.
Yes. There are good people in Nigeria who will help to see that people receive help if they see the good intention and the good standing. That is why you see we never want to involve anybody now. We want to do something that will be very clear to people. Say these people, they mean business, even before we invite government in there. Because if you keep somebody in some place, you give them food chop, maybe like as we tend to do, give them the word of God and the person free from drug. If you don't give them a good way of life, if you come out, there is every tendency he will still go back to it. Like people that went to prison now go to prison. When they come out, waiting, they don't see any other quick work they go do. They want to, some of them, when they hold,
they leave for prison. Let that 3 days, don't arrest them.
Yeah, the reason because they arrest one. You know what it say? The crocodile when they in body, they not see money to buy soap. Now you see something when you go thief, go sell. After the thief, they hold them again, they carry them back. That is where we need to come in. We'll be middle people. When they release such people, we take them to the center, help them to organize, rehabilitate them before we release them to the society, and help them to get something they could do. Okay. That one will be free. That is why the program we are having is a big place of land where people can even learn work. They can do 1 or 2 things so that when they come out, they will learn to live a good life for themselves. So it's going on by the grace of God. And very soon, I will let you know, say, we don't bring people into this place.
No. Abra, before we come out, I want me to take your word now.
Yeah, like I was saying, that is on one side. Then the other way is, make we fight these people where they did the business of drugs. Make we fight them hand down. No mercy. No mercy.
Because they go arrest people when we talk about that hotel just Royal Marble there. They arrest people, and the people they won't say good and they arrest. Then people they send them go to that.
Exactly.
We not send those ones.
Make them monitor them.
So make them name and shame them.
Exactly.
We don't know what thing that they call drug. Now you make and they say may they hold them. Now Lord change strong pillar.
But what we are saying now, okay, do we now fear them and allow them to destroy our future?
No, sir.
Nigeria never.
No, sir. We leave this matter here. We thank you, sir.
Okay, you do well. Now, well done.
Pastor Dr. Idomodia Timothy Oame, thank you. When you show your face, thank you so much. We know say next time when we call you, we go show your face again. And here we'll end the program today. We're sorry, say we don't take a course today because of one thing or the other. But I tell you, say by next week we will take so many courses the way it's supposed to be. Don't forget to no be to sleep for woman body from morning to night. Not be a good time to say a good born boy or a good born girl. And a good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one
wá o káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́rọ ọ̀rọ̀ àkọ́kọ́ balẹ̀ tó. Ẹgbọ́n akẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti wá o káyán rẹ̀ kẹrù lẹ́rọ.
Ọmọ nọmba Nedo Ukwu-Akpolokpolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni-Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, otherwise known as aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Yeah. Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time, we're going for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm the Auto Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it work on it, please. 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. And this is the cool down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep attaching. That means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid-open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles. And of course, to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys, yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
This is ITV.
Certainly